Hello and welcome. It's TPK Tuesday. Hello, everybody. Hello, Zebus, Prostar, Gator, CPO, Tatsuya, Blood, Wolf, Lurker, Apocalyptian, Texas, Mario, Hale. Hello, 018, Sia, Coding, Legion. How's it going, folks? Fine. Open my door like that, asshole? Cat's in the room. Howdy, everybody. Eating curry. Oh. Jealous. Motherfucker.
The way you're bowing, when my door is open, it's open.
Patty's a big old baby. Yeah, he does demand pets. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to try and define some of the territories or fangholds of heroes. We're going to be using Incarnate. We've cut out Tyros already. And yeah, we're going to have some fun. Oh, yeah. I've also updated my table. Take a peek. Hey, Lupin. Whimsiest just got back from work. Crown's on. 'Tis a good day. Good to see you as well, brother. Ah, Skull Throne. Thank you very much for the 12 months. Thank you for a whole year. Your support is greatly. Hope you enjoy your new crown. We're happy to know that in my first D&D campaign, we exploded a gnome. I'm very happy. Well done. Hey, 01. So we're looking at 15 or 16 major regions? Yes. Each warden family controls a fanghold, and each fanghold has counties within it that are ruled by a Dracus. It would delete my assets. Everything would be a-okay. Let's take a sweet time. Jesus. Up. Upload. Oh, they're all too big. Hold on. God damn it. Oh, I need to go to a website real quick and re-download all of my coat of arms, but in the medium assets instead of large. Can't you just use GIMP to rescale? I could. I don't have GIMP though. I have a different photo editor. Oh boy, dogs are barking.
Let them move.
Which family has the old Magitech relics? I don't think anybody like controls or like has Magitech relics, or at least none that they understand what they properly do. That's a rice one. I suggest putting the most ruthless warden family in the wildest land, furthest from the capital. And more reason and space to be ruthless. What do you mean ruthless? What do you mean by that? We have House Blackmane. Yeah, House Kessig would be like, I guess the most ruthless is the great way to put it. They're violent. Whichever house is the evil house. I don't think we have an evil house. There are some people that believe House Voldaren is evil, but they're in the Blight. So yeah, House Voldaren is in the Blight, and they're sort of contained there. Yeah, the Iron Duke doesn't have well, he doesn't have a house. He belongs to the Iron Court. So he's a pretender? No, he's not a warden. Like the Iron Duke isn't a warden. He gets his title Duke from the Iron Court. It's a whole different organization.
It's not an officially recognized position.
X, thank you very much for the 10 months. Incredibly kind of you. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. I appreciate you. House Arden. So we have House Arden, House Caladir, House Wimgard, House Ricewind, and House Blackmane. That's Runar. All right. House Darren. Since Kaladir is all about sun and solarks, maybe their island has this great lake of glass where it's just tons of super high-tech solar panels. Oh, that's interesting. All right, my attention is split currently. Sitting the Huh? 4.2 is already taken. Oh, it's already up. That's why. What's up, Ruffin? And they have magical relic blades that you have to bring there and bless to activate the potential. The steps needed to attain the title of Solark. Ah, that's involving a little too much of the tech for my like. I like it, but it might be a little too much of the tech involved. Thank you guys for these. What is that?
Watch
Stream
streaks.
streaks? Oh, watch streaks.
Yeah.
I appreciate you for sticking around, bro. And it's House Denathia. And oil. If not old magic, old tech relic blade, maybe any old blade that can be blessed, like laying the sword flat on the glass and fuses it with radiant energy. See, now that's something I'm a little bit more inclined for. Right, Astanathian here. House Kessig was here. And here is our lineup. Top to bottom, we have House Donathian, the Faithful Bulwark. We have House Kessig, the Direwolves. We have House Cravain, the Dreadwatchers. We have House Amron, the Line of Kings. We have House Elevir, the Dragon Sages. We have House Voldaren, Lightsbane. We have House Halmir, Great Riders. We have House Valdur, Phoenixes of the West. We have House Arden, the Great Builders. We have House Caladir, the Lords of Sunlight. We have House Wormguard, Sea Serpents. We have House Runar, the Primeval Smiths. We have House Ricewind, the Giant's Heir. Then we have House Blackmane, Keepers of Law. Why is House Arden away from the main continent? That's where their Fanghold is. Fanghold of Steinmoor. The reason these warden families are where they're at is because that is where their ancestral homes are. Is where they were founded, where they came from. So House Arden, being on the Fanghold of Steinmoor, is all the way over here. House Arden founded the Artisans Guilds. They're not the ones out there creating things anymore. They lead those guilds. They instruct them. They host great colleges and everything like that. Great trade schools for craftsmen to come in and learn. They're not out there building things anymore. They're leaders. I did just realize. Actually need to touch up the world map. Which house has the most territory? Well, House Amron. They control all of Tyros. They control every Fanghold. In terms of actual landmass, I would say either House Donathian, the north, because they control this whole massive upper region up here, or House Ricewind. Your opinion dropped? Well, it's where their fanghold is. Sorry. They wouldn't be able to go out and like build anything anyway. The house has maybe like 8 members of it. What do you mean active builder? I think you misunderstood how the Warden families work. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna put. I just noticed you're adding to the meme table. It's Huntress from Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, there's no way that House Arden would be able to have built anything in a reasonable... I mean, they've built shit, but they're known for their knowledge. They're the ones that deciphered the Jasharan's like technology of how to make roads. I think Legion is experiencing pun-induced mania. What do you mean that knowledge isn't accepted? It's right there. It's literally a fucking stone's throw from the mainland. It's closer than any other island. You're psychotic.
You could probably take a canoe over there.
Canoe in this account. What do you mean?
Oh my bad, a log from a tree you cut down. Is that more affordable?
Jesus Christ.
Alright, then just swim, Amarma. That's all I can say for you.
That's like a day's travel. And even if they were on the mainland, even if they were connected right here, that's still a day's travel. That's still a day's travel. Turtles are awesome. What is going on, brother? Thank you very much for the 4 months. Incredibly kind of you. Sticking around for so goddamn long. I appreciate you.
You're not booking a luxury liner to cross that.
Put a little Lambert. There is no difference. House Arden probably has the best boats in all of Tyros. It's probably not even a full day for them.
If you go at night, you could probably sleep through the trip and wake up and be at your destination.
All right. How about this? How about this?
It has a fucking train going to it.
Alright, Dan, push that island out more towards the sea. Give them the travel they want. Make it a full campaign to get to that island. Oh, now he's in.
You're psychotic. Get help, Legion. If there are trains, are there train hoppers? What the hell's a train hopper? Grab the train as it starts. Leave, don't pay. I am certain that there are people who live on the trains. But
Would
Man,
the train team be designed to allow that?
that's what I'm sort of considering, is if the train would allow that.
Because, like, I imagine, like, a bullet train or for these types.
Yeah, like, do you mean like actually hopping to the train, or do you mean like buy a ticket and then never get off? Like boxcar hobos. I don't think the train would allow that. like the trains are free. I think it would be like you've arrived at your destination. Please exit. Please exit. So this is what would happen. And it probably happened once. And it never happened again. A person attempted to stay onto the train after it arrived at its final destination. So it would have traveled from however many places. And once it reaches the end, what happens is that the train then gets like dropped down into like a panel in like its tracks, and it gets basically like cleaned out. So it would be like, oh God, how would you describe that? They wouldn't attack you, but it would be like the automated systems inside of the machine would be like, hey, we're going to start cleaning now, and we are releasing chemicals. And they start like fucking like hyper cleaning the inside. So you might get maimed, like being too close to like automated machinery type deal. What if you fall asleep? I think it would be persistent enough to wake you up.
We're probably very loud and very repeating warnings.
I would agree. Are they? Yeah, they're way too fast for somebody to like grab onto the pipe outside. Why not village/town trains? I think some places would start out as villages that have train access. But usually what happens is when you get a train, it brings a bunch of people to you, and generally commerce improves dramatically. You start getting access to a number of resources you previously didn't have. So then you generally get elevated from a town into like a metropolis. That's how a lot of cities form. And usually if a Yalderman finds access to a train, they'll beseech their warden to become a Dracus. What if I cast the Layman's Tiny Hunt while inside the train? They can't get me? Sure. Yeah, you cast Layman's Tiny Hut inside the train and you fuck with the train. And now the train doesn't work because it can't clean itself. Now nobody gets to use the train.
Whoa.
Is there a specific group that attempt to sabotage the tracks? Absolutely. The Vigar forces. Or the forces of chaos. It is not uncommon at all for like RNA elves to basically come in and try to like hijack the train, or Rendavi or Morlings or Oryx. Yeah, the train does face does get a lot of attention. I mean, a train that's big enough to house a town? No. No, I just like Vigar. Make it further away? What the fuck? You're psychotic. Isn't it great how you can provide fast, safe, reliable, and clean public transportation and people still want to fuck with it? Yeah.
Some people just want to watch the world burn.
That is it. Does the train have an experience bar for how many Vigar it runs over? Probably. If you want to see the train basically come to life, wait for some wait for some motherfucking fights to break out. Also, it isn't as simple as just me moving this over. I'd have to recreate it. I'd have to scrap it entirely and then shift it over. That map is huge? Yes. This is my world map. Which section has the casinos and which section has the distillery? I don't know. Do we get a voice sample? Voice sample. I wonder what it would say.
Would it even be speaking a language people would know? If it's that old?
I think it would. I think so. A big thing with their tech is that like you won't be able to understand the written words like on their consoles and stuff like that. But if it talked to you, I think you'd be able to understand.
Alright.
So if it's capable of speech, it basically can like speak to you normally. But if it's like if it wants you to read something, you're not going to be able to read.
Okay. What if I cast comprehend language?
I think you'd be able to then. Because they still occupied the same world, right? So it is a language that I guess somebody could learn. So it would take really long, but comprehend languages would allow you to read it. So
Alright.
or what if it's AI programmed to detect when things are being hostile to it when moving through hostile areas deployed defense mode? Yeah. And then it drops like let's say there's like RNA elves who jumped onto the back train, and it fucking the panels on the side drop, and it thump, 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 fires out a bunch of these little tubes into the room, and it's flashbangs. You keep saying, Legion, you keep saying Snowpiercer. I have no idea what that is.
It's a show, if I remember correctly. Movie. Open show.
It's a movie and a show. Interesting. And a book. It's everything.
When's the video game adaptation then, damn it?
You get launched out at Mach 10 out the back of the train. I guess the train's cool enough for a subscription. Arma Arcana, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for your Prime Gaming, actually. Much appreciated. Here's Akuna. Then you get jettisoned out the back for not reaching quota on the train.
Damn it.
Well, I don't know if it would be pissed that you didn't have a ticket. I think we're gonna make it like a free train, like no ticket needed, no nothing like that. I don't think it'd be pissed at you for not having a ticket. I think it would be pissed if you started trying to like break stuff on the train. Like if you started like trying to like rip panels off the wall, I think it would give you a very stern warning. And basically tell you to stop. And then if you continued, then disciplinary actions would be in.
Many of the salvage have probably died that way.
And everyone pretty much knows you don't fuck with the train. Utopia of Chaos. Have you got a name for the train? I have not. Not yet. It's still very much a work in progress because I haven't even figured out where the train goes to yet. I just know it's something that I want. Would the train give out quests? Yeah, that'd be fucking awesome. How's map stuff going? Finally getting to DM my first game soonish. Really excited but nervous. I want to include monsters that we haven't seen or used before among my friends. I saw a couple of videos of mage rippers. Pythons. What the hell is a mage ripper? You continue, then it sends out the Roombas with knives taped to the back of them. Funny you mentioned Roombas. They are like a thing. The Roombas are a thing because we have one in that like storage dungeon we made. It's basically locked in a room that nobody's opened. So it's like the cleanest room in the facility. It's just been cleaning the room for however long it's been in there. If the train has the soul of a conductor of ages past, that was something I had considered. The not like the soul of the conductor, but like basically uploading your consciousness. And that's what somebody did. Basically, when they made the train, is somebody uploaded their consciousness. Does the Roomba have a knife? It probably has like a little stun gun attached to it. Mage Ripper seeks out magic and kills it if it's a magic user, and if it's minor. While they are not much of a threat in small numbers, when they swarm, that's a problem. Even martial characters aren't safe if they have magic items. Oh, horrifying. Perhaps the progression is something like gentle warning, stern reprimand, vicious mockery effect, ejection from the train if you continue violating the rule. I could see that, yeah. I could see it attempting to be like,
Please refrain from tearing the paneling on the walls. Thank you. You've been warned once. Do not remove paneling from the walls. Thank you. Your final warning. Violation in progress. Prepare to be ejected.
prepare to get ejected. Can the train be a warlock patron? Oh god. I don't think so, no.
How about Paladin Oath? What about them?
Oh. Oh god. Yeah, isn't there a clock? Oh fuck, I forgot there's a clockwork sorcerer or whatever. Hmm. Stealing Cuba. I've been stealing Cuba. I've stolen once already. You have a city named Florida? I do not know. I am making the land bridge that connects the north to Tiros. What is a Little Havana? I don't know what that is. Hades can handle Florida Man. Yeah, they're the ones wrestling choir toads. I'm just seeing everybody creating a new subclass in chat. This is probably where a lot of Neuros on this land bridge. Christ. What am I seeing right now? Avatar of locomotion. When you embody this form, nothing can stand in your way. And when you spend your action to dash and travel your max speed, barrel through however many enemies. You deal 2d10 damage on a failed dex save. Get dragged and pushed towards your heading and are knocked prone at the
Up a capstone.
2d10's pretty weak, but if that's the cap stud. But seems funny. I think chat is making a subclass right now. I think that is exactly what's happening. Right. Actually, probably just grab a mountain range and happen it. You can do that for a lot of things, apparently. Nice. The gods like those mountains so much they made 2 copies. That's right, baby. Where the fuck did you put it?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Where the fuck are you putting it there?
I don't know.
Grabbed a second one. There we go. Why not pen the Oath of the Train? I'm not good at making like subclasses. That takes way too much balancing and testing. And I am one man. I would love to in the future make some subclasses though. That sounds like a ton of fun. Also, I don't think I can fully make a subclass for like level 20. Just because of how generally the games go. Like I've only ever in my experience of D&D, I've only ever been in one game that went to 20. What was your level 20 character? He was previously he initially started as a fighter. So he was a champion fighter because he was my first ever character. His name was Orin Bloodforge. And then our DM let me in particular, I don't know why, but he let me in particular basically do gestalt leveling. So at some point I was a fighter, max level fighter, and a paladin at the same time. I was monstrous. I don't know why he let me do it. But my character was, yes, 2 classes at once. My character was the prince of a dwarven thane in the northern mountains, who got his start by being like a reluctant hero. He had the folk hero background, but he didn't earn it. Like, the mines were attacked. He was there. He also got attacked. And in his like fear and desperation, he struck the creature that hit him with like a sledgehammer, and the creature ran away. And all the people that were there, basically, all the people that were there were like, "Oh my god, he's a hero!" And Orin was shitting his pants. So eventually, his father, recognizing that, got him trained as a fighter, even though he didn't want to, and then eventually set him out into the world, complete adventure to prove himself of the throne and then come back. Orin didn't want any of that. And when he went out for his first adventure, he got nabbed by goblins. He basically was like trying to run away from the goblins, and they black bagged him and put him into a dungeon, and they were going to eat him. And the adventuring party that met him saved him because they found like the butcher room, and they found like his sack. And when they opened it, they found Orin, and he's basically stripped naked. He doesn't have any weapons or anything like that, and he's freaking out. But what happened afterward was a fantastic adventure. I remember it fondly. He was the main character. I think that's what happened. What I really enjoyed with that experience was getting everybody into roleplay, because when I joined, nobody roleplayed. They just sort of vaguely described what their character did, and then that was it. I came in and I started getting people to roleplay, and it was a ton of fun. People were suddenly like finding that they had like a voice for their characters, and it went from being like rather bland to like actual in-depth like character arcs, and it was a ton of fun. They were a bunch of like old salts, so the concept of role-playing to them wasn't something that they had considered or even enjoyed by the sounds of it. Seems like they had some pretty bad experiences before. But I basically kept role-playing, and eventually the others started role-playing in response. We had a draconic bloodline sorcerer who had amnesia. We had like a player who was like a succubus cleric. And then we had a great old one warlock. Socially press ganged into being a warrior. Yeah. How did that work? Great question. I would also love to know how that worked. But it was his homebrew world, so obviously it was something that fit. Listen, the story got really wild. There was one point where Orin got separated from his party and got sent back in time. and he helped found the kingdom that he is from in the modern time. He during that time period, having like basically brought the dwarves to the mountains and like settled the mountains, he went like he was forced to like 1v1 like an orc chieftain or like an orc warlord who basically was like marching on their lands, and they 1v1'd out in the middle of the wilds, and it was fucking awesome. But we did solo sessions every week, so I made a backup character to play with the party, and his name was Azog, son of Torrig, and he was a half orc zealot barbarian. Ton of fun, really strong. He 1v1 like a storm giant. But Oren was doing a solo session every week, basically building a kingdom, and then he eventually came back, and Oren's like 5 levels stronger than the rest of the party. It was fucking wild. We gotta get up early. Good luck, chat, with the train subclass. Rest well, Utopia. I love time travel shenanigans. I once had a character become their own father. Race created by magic had to create himself to complete a cycle. Jesus. It's such a shame. The DM that we were playing with, he had a heart attack. He lived, mind you, but he had a heart attack. So we didn't get to play for a while because he was obviously recovering, as you are meant to do. But when he came back, he sort of like came back like a different person. He was much more cynical and like rather mean to like everybody, even like his own wife. So I don't know like what happened in that sort of situation he was put through, but he came back a completely different person, and it really sucked because we stopped playing shortly afterwards, and he just sort of like alienated like the whole friend group. Maybe something I don't know, man. I don't know, it's such a shame. He like, I attribute a lot of my love for D&D from having met him. Like Critical Role and Matt Colville and everything like that were fantastic for getting me into it. But the way I met my first dungeon master was literally walking in to the Chevron gas station, and I see him with the Dungeon Master's Guide in his hands, and he's reading something to another person behind the counter. And I, having just found out about D&D, go, "Oh shit, D&D, that's awesome." And he goes, "Yes, it is. Would you like to play with us?" Me, a complete stranger, somebody he had no idea who I was, invited me to come play in his game. And within like the hour, during his lunch break, we made my first character. We went across the street to the subway, rolled character stats and everything. It's fucking awesome. I attribute so much of my love for D&D in just that interaction alone. And it was so heartbreaking for like for him to come back and all of us to be like, yes, hell yeah, man, you fucking pulled through it. And him just be a different person now. Yeah, it changed my life on a whim, literally on a whim. Didn't know me. Could have just said, yep, I play D&D, and then been about his business. I got a job at that same gas station because of him. Everybody in the gas station was playing D&D. The manager was like, hey, we're going to fix your schedule so you can have the day that we play D&D off. So you're going to work all these other days, but when it comes to D&D day, you're off. You don't have to work. The guy behind the Subway counter. Man. Like the Clerks movie. Bro. I loved the moments where like my relief was meant to show up and then they didn't. And it was like a D&D day or whatever, and I had to work it because we were short. I remember my manager calling me and being like, "Hey, Crown, where the fuck are you, man? We're gonna start soon." And I was like, "Hey, my guy who's supposed to show up hasn't shown up yet." He was like, "Oh yeah, all right." And then basically came back to the store, called up the guy and was like, "Hey, if you don't show up in 10 fucking minutes, you're fired." I had extreme favoritism. It was amazing. D&D Mafia, baby.
Order management W.
You still keep in contact with the rest of the party? Sadly not. The party was small. It was the DM, his wife, another friend of ours. The manager eventually left the game. Yeah, so we eventually the DM moved away. His wife obviously went with him. The cleric moved away, and the warlock stopped playing, and it was a shame. Have you seen the story? Yes, I have. The captain basically orders everybody to show up at a like 1700 or whatever for D&D. Captain was tired of missing games, so she realized that she can just order everybody to show up on time. Man, I remember so it's such a formative moment. Like, I remember the moment where our group was hanging out and we were getting ready to go on a quest. And Orin turns to the rest of his friends and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna go get some stuff from the crafting district. But I want to make sure that we're prepared. So let me know if you guys need anything while I'm out and I'll get it for you. Just let me know like what you need, what you want. Don't worry about money. I still have plenty of money. So I'll just buy it for you. So if you need like potions or you need resources, reagents, what have you, let me know." So when he went and did that, I stepped away so I could let the player, like, let them role play, so I wasn't hogging the time. When I come back from taking a piss, they had like unanimously agreed that Oren was like the party leader in that instant because he showed like care for the others. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're like, yeah, man. And I remember the next time we played, the DM had made a like a unique ability, which is where I get my love for unique abilities, by the way. Had made a unique ability for me as the like team lead, as like the the adventuring party leader. And it was like it was an in combat rally. So when people are like, "Oh, where do you get like your ideas for your like adventure or for your abilities?" Well, I derive a lot of them from 4th edition, but my inspiration for them comes from having played in games where my DM rewarded me with them. Congrats on your leadership. Do not resist. Again, Oren, being the reluctant hero, didn't want to be the party lead, but they were like, "No, man, we trust you." Really got lightning in a bottle with your first group. It is, oh my god, it's insane. I want to thank your DM. Such a shame. I'll never forget him, but man, it is such a shame just the group falling apart like that. Game Turtle, welcome. About your world map, you're making it. I might be showing how new I am here, but what's the black hole in the center of your map? The black hole. This is referred to, it has a number of names. The Tear, the Singularity, the Dread Shrine. It's also known as Sheol Ghul. It is where the Allfather smited the earth when humanity during the Elder Years were led by wizard kings who attempted to not only rebel against the gods, but usurp them. As he smote the earth, he destroyed not only the forces of the wizard kings, but also broke the earth. The earth at one point was one massive Pangea, or one massive continent. But after the shattering, which is what the event is called, the world broke apart. It was forcefully pushed away from itself. But it has a number of names. They just got to be that DM for your other friends. I don't think I'll ever be able to capture that same sort of moment for somebody else. What happens if you go to it? You die? No one knows. It is generally avoided. I was pictured as being caused by the tip of the Allfather spear. Maybe. There's nobody alive. Well, there are many accounts of what happened that day. the day that begun the Shadowed Age, or the Age of Woe. Some say it was a pillar of light. Some say it was a fiery explosion. Yeah, I'll show you a picture of what the day looked like. I mean, not entirely wrong, Venopac. It's rumored that beneath the singularity, beneath Sheol Ghul, is something referred to only as
Ringwell.
Anyway, this is what people saw. Well, this is what the world saw. This is the event that started the Shadowed Age. It is. Game Turtle, it is. Almost all of the world was wiped out in that moment. Like, Ada's faced an extinction event that killed almost 90% of the world's population. The Shadowed Age it's millennia. It is thousands of years long. That's how long it took for civilization to form again. Anyone that's seen that probably died from radiation of extreme magic exposure. Yeah, the current probably ripped them apart, honestly. One of the homebrew D&D worlds I know has a similar cataclysmic event. And the day was known as the Day of Ashen Skies. Ooh, very good. Very poignant. You knew a dude who went back in time and built the kingdom he's from. Wow, I was the dude. That was my character. Yeah. I do want to put a Andrew Obi-Wan know him. Of course I know him. He's me. Char is a shithead, but Char is a goddess that I want to put in my world, and so to challenge Samira. Especially with this sort of like thing that I've been doing, which is like every side has an opposite. So like how there's Lendavi and Rendavi, there's orcs and Oryx, beast folk and beast men. A good darkness god too? Good darkness god. Is there such a thing? Maybe taking the secret domain? I think that's what's that Greyhawk goddess? Weejas. I think Weejas is like the technically good aligned, more neutral goddess of like knowledge and secrets. She's like the good version of Vecna, basically. Would you incorporate kingdom building if your players are interested?
God, yes. I have the rules. They are interested.
I'm taking inspiration from one of my favorite Pathfinder gods, the Black Butterfly. Oh, I've never heard of them. Nyx's depiction in Hades stands out a bit. Oh, I've not played Hades. Heard it's a good game though. I'm much happier with it. It's not a wizard, not a story the wizards would tell you. Ugh. Been distracted. What's happening now? What's happening now is I'm about to carve out Tyros out of the world map. I might order some food. All right. Waterhawk, welcome first time chatter. You check my wallet. Gonna put an order in for my food.
Oh, hell yeah. What's on the menu for tonight?
Chimkin.
Oh, reliable.
All right. Just wait for all this shit to load. We're Gucci. I've written a lot for Tyros. I'm really pleased with it. I need to write a few more things for their society, like how the big sort of thing about respect in their culture, and the sort of like protection of the roads and everything, and sort of its treatment of life. But I finished up all of the Dragon Mark nobility. You have the High King or High Queen of Tyros. They are the islands west of Tyros. Part of it? Yes. All of these. I mean, they're not technically part of Tyros because, like, this island down here, the Nightfen Mire, that doesn't belong to anybody. As much as House Runar wants it to be, it is it's basically the equivalent of like Cholt. Here be dinos, exactly. Yeah, here be dinos, here be Sectili, here be Solarians, like here are giant insects that'll lift you up and take you into the canopy and you'll never be seen again. Dino trains? No. No, I do not. So what you're more likely to find is like Turok, basically down here. They don't have trains, but there is like precursor tech scattered around through the Nightfen Mire. No, Turok is in the game, Venipack.
Oh, Game Turtles. I'm glad you asked.
Yes. Very much so, in fact. Well before the presence of Baldur's Gate 3, Mind Flayers, Illithids, Voiceless Talkers have had a presence in my setting. And they are wild. Currently, Mind Flayers are a remnant, a precursor. They were made from the age of civilization well before this one. They are some of the few people who understand and know how to use the technology left behind by the precursor. And they are eagerly seeking something within that technology for some purpose. There are a faction of Mind Flayers who seek to stop that other faction of Mind Flayers from unlocking whatever potential they're seeking from the precursor. Allow me to show you what the Illithid look like in my setting. It is a blend of sorts. Gotta scroll through all of my Tyros pictures to find it. Here is an Illithid. Let me see if I can find you the Spec Ops unit. Here's another Illithid. Let me see if I can't find Spec Ops unit. We made a whole Illithid dungeon turtle. Where is it? Actually, I can even show off some of the dungeons. You made a dungeon? I make all my dungeons. Every map that you see in my games made by yours truly. Here we go. Here is a Illithid facility that is in a terrible state. This is where the party met Sardox. Sardox was an illithid whose consciousness had been uploaded to the facility and was abandoned by all of the other mind flayers. As a result, he grew rather bitter. However, a party of quirky adventurers came out and helped Sardox. Not only helped him, cleared the facility and got him a new body. Correct, Turtle. I will find this goddamn backup. Perfect. This is a unit within the Illithids who sort of travel to these facilities, these derelict facilities, when they come back online. They don't communicate verbally because they all communicate telepathically. So they are basically silent units. They possess some form of psionic weaponry, which allows them to not only subdue targets, but kill them as well. What I was going to do is, if the party had stayed in the facility too long, eventually a cleanup crew, a unit of these sort of individuals, was going to show up and begin systematically clearing out the facility. The Illithids, I should say, are not numerous. They are a sort of smaller group within the world, but they are dangerous. Squid Team 6. Eh. And as a bit of an explanation, Game Turtle, what you are currently watching with CTF is the old version of the world. Recently, in an attempt to make the world more my own, I have revamped it entirely. The world, I have basically cut out a bunch of the chaff, resized the world, and have really truly made it my own. As it stands, CTF is sort of like an old timeline. Illithids there don't really align with the Illithids of now. In a sense, but I really wanted the world to be mine. And now I definitely feel like it's, I am much happier now with my world. So I watch it to get caught up. I think you'd still enjoy CTF. Absolutely. Just understand that all of my future games will be taking place in the new version of the world. So you might have questions pertaining to old things in the world that are not relevant anymore. A rather unfortunate situation for new folks who are tuning in, but again, I wanted the world to be more mine. Yeah, we'll do like a deep navy blue, actually. Did you do any other world building of the planes? No, but I plan to. We are going to be doing world building for the other planes, because that needs to be something that gets worked on for my players. The old version was basically the Faerun take, right? Yes. Yeah, it was very generic, basically using sources that we had already seen. Now, not saying I won't use those sources in the future to sort of derive inspiration from. You're remaking the continent map? I am remaking the political map. I've already remade the continent. Show you. Here's the old political map. And you can see the big differences between the continent sizes. There's a similar shape, but we've refined it. It's much nicer looking now. I, personally, think that the new one is much better. I am redrawing borders, yes. Some stuff in the far future of the era of the Imperium of Adis. Are you still writing stuff? I wrote down a ton of stuff for that back in the day. Yeah, I wrote a ton of stuff for that. So I don't know. I'm not writing anything recently, but is the idea of futuristic Adis to be somewhat like 40K? Yes. Correct. Let's see. My last entry for the Imperium of Adis looks to be about 2019. I wrote a ton of stuff in basically over the span of like a couple months for the Imperium. I wrote ships, inhabitants of the universe, galaxies, their planets, their solar systems, all that stuff. System, Atrial system, 9 planets, galactic centrum. Frithos, Raylir, Adis, Zepha, Orius, Vesper, Engala, Izanad, Zera. Sirenth system, 11 planets. Galactic Sepentrio. Dankildar, Pariel, Umeral 4, Luthien, Lacrion 2, Fingate 5, Blonde, Beowick, Benosia, Forlorn Tyriade. Rohirith system, 14 planets. Galactic Orientum. I wrote a ton of shit. Inhabitants, Everlost, Iris, Necros Cultum, Seraphis, Marauder, Daemon, Tempered, Solugral, Yularian. Scythe class destroyers. Longsword class AX interceptor. Broadsword class exo-atmospheric strike fighters. Halberd class heavy battle cruiser. Spear class light battle cruiser. Javelin personnel dropship and gunship. Gladius class corvettes. Saber class light frigates. Claymore class heavy frigate. Aegis class supercarriers. I even wrote down, oh my god. So, Aegis class supercarriers. Technical information. 4,694 meters. Length, width is 833 meters. Height and depth, 1,041 meters. Weight, 907 million metric tons. Engine units, V1H AMP. Faster than light travel is the gate of Atria. Shielding, yes. Complement, up to 10 Claymore class heavy frigates, Imperial Guards, Imperial Knights, Inquisition, Javelin gunships and dropships, and Broadsword class strike fighters. This is what it looked like. Titanic is the best description for these Imperium vessels, the largest spacecraft ever made by humanity. These ships, while having incredibly thick hulls, plating boast powerful shields, created by the Imperium Collegia with the aid of long-forgotten relics, housing hundreds of thousands of personnel and the ability to carry and deploy personnel fighters and frigate-class vessels from its large hangar bays beneath the ship, while also having large exteriors. The inside of the vessel holds nearly 900-plus decks, functioning as a living, thriving city for many of the Imperium's military. Claymore-class heavy frigate. Length 575 meters. Width 124 meters. Height and depth 112 meters. 1.1 million metric tons. It has an engine unit of a V2H AMP, and it uses faster than light travel, and it has shielding. Unlike the lighter armor of the other frigate class, the Claymore class is capable of taking a beating due to the shielding and heavy armor in lieu of speed. The ship blends the line between frigate and destroyer, supporting a heavy railgun known as the Astral Lance, a combination of science and magic that fires a shielding projectile, creating immense kinetic force at the point of impact. While the primary structure of the vessel supports the weight of the Astral Lance, it boasts 12 single-unit extra-atmospheric drop pods that allow for the deployment of elite units behind enemy lines or into the battlefield where javelins could not safely land. These vessels make up the bulk of the Imperium's navy. Yeah, so I wrote a lot. Like a lot. My biggest inspiration for of space battleship and warfare was the book Red Rising. I'm not familiar. A lot of my inspiration came from Halo. The super carrier is basically the Forward Unto Dawn, you know, shit like that. Oh, sorry, not Forward Unto Dawn. It'd be, I think it's the Infinity. I know you've shown interest in doing sex. Perhaps when you eventually do the world of Adis is under quarantine, and the other spacefaring people are banned from interacting with the planet. You know, that would actually make sense given everything that Tyros is, or everything that Adis has gone through. I really do need to work on the other fucking kingdoms. I keep referencing Tyros for everything. Oh shit, is my food here? Still waiting for my food? Oh, now you're heading to me. All right. I was like, God damn, dog. I was gonna say some of the terminology felt like that flavor and something similar in naming convention. Yes. A lot of the inspiration for my stuff, a lot of the inspiration for my love of sci-fi comes from Halo. So you're gonna hear a lot of that. There was one other thing. There was like, here, the Imperium. So the main thing that I was going to have my players play as, they are known as Gladius icons. These are among the elite of the Imperium, chosen by the Emperor's visions and given the opportunity to ascend beyond their mortal coils, become his Empyrean knight. While not as strong as the Primus icons, the Gladius icons hold immense power compared to that of a normal soldier, finding themselves altered and changed, often for the better. They become stronger, smarter, quicker, and overall the paragons of the Emperor's virtue, fighting with the most loyal resolve. The Praetorian Guards, known as the Sworn Protectors of the Empire, are made up of Empyrean knights, handpicked to ensure the royal family and the magistrates stay safe, on Aetus and abroad. You have the Primus icon, first to be granted the Soul. They were the chosen of the Emperor's vision of the future. These 6, hailing from different backgrounds and upbringings, stand alongside the Emperor and embody his will, rushing forward to meet any danger head-on that would dare challenge the Imperium. Veterans of countless battles and wars, they were bestowed with a great deal of the Emperor's powers, making them, in a sense, demigods. There stands 2 humans, 2 elves, 1 Seraphis, and one whose visage and race has long since been forgotten to the annals of Imperium history. You have Awith, the virtue of justice. You have Cassius, the virtue of nobilitas. Aurelius, the virtue of Mentia. You have Serahir, the virtue of veritas. Oros, the virtue of pietas. Naphiel, the virtue of inosia. Justice, nobility, mercy, truthfulness, dutifulness, and selflessness. I really, maybe I should go back and write for it some. I really like writing for the Imperium of Adis. You should totally include a radiated planet in the space setting that was home to the gnomes. They managed to nuke the planet until life couldn't be supported. Gnomes just never existed. This is the Eton. The nations have natural borders like rivers and mountains? Yes. Generally, like this mountain range here is referred to as the Fangs. That acts as a natural border from the Blight to the rest. You have the Spine, which makes up the other sort of large mountain range here, that also acts as a natural border. Another thing to note is that while a land may control, or say it controls this much, in truth, what really happens is that they usually have, say, like, the borders. So stuff like this is much more accurate to how much of the land they actually own, or are able to control, so to speak. The rest of this on the inside is the wilderness. It is untamed, it's violent, it is where Vigar reside, and they are eagerly seek to challenge order at every opportunity. They attack the roads that are made, they attack those attempting to expand into the wilderness. And it is the warden's obligation, it is their duty to go forth and protect the land. Actually, I think I might. Although living near the sea in a fantasy world is also a spicy choice. True. I'm converting an old OC of mine to a Dragonborn path of the Giant's Barbarian for 5e. They look like a 4-foot fire salamander, but on a rage and grow into a huge-sized Dragonborn. That's awesome. Does that mean that human was a foreign colonizer of Tyros? No. So what happened is that when the shattering occurred and the world was split and torn asunder, a lot of the land that was owned by man in the Western realm was lost because of the extinction event that took place. Over the years, in the Shadow Days, you have things like the Drusharan Empire that basically came in and they conquered Tyros. They basically rebuilt an empire. They took over those sort of inhospitable places with the might of their military, led by Drusharos the Great. And it wasn't until basically the Vigar showed up, till the demons showed up on the shores of Tyros and pushed man north, that a lot of the people of the world lost the territories they controlled, or the Fanghold. And when they did, they were all sort of clustered here in the north. And it was them sort of after the turning of the age, with the death of Garasa and the destruction of Thorlin, did they march out and start reclaiming their land again, taking back their ancestral home. But because of what the Vigar had done, it is still a battle to reclaim what was taken from them. Even to this day, because of how many people died, what have you, and still this sort of like turning of the ages, slowly but surely man is earning back their land. Also, my food's here. I'm gonna go eat my food. I'll be back.
No, alright.
I am back. Thank you all for waiting.
Welcome back.
Howdy, gamer. Anubis, thank you very much for the 22 months. My God. Incredibly kind of you. Thanks for sticking around for damn near 2 years. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you, brother. Nice. My initial design. I want to say I used Mountain for the most part as split the. I didn't even use lines for that.
Oh, yeah? Use this, pants grab.
Got it done.
Yeah, I know. You should have killed me when you had the chance.
My sleeper agents are there. Next time you go play Magic.
I just finished playing Magic, idiot.
Oh,
Dumb idiot.
That's why I said the next
No wonder
time.
they're called sleeper agents, because they're sleeping on the job.
what you doing?
Guys, I was talking to Bobo. She finally got her birthday gift, even though it was the wrong thing.
Not nice.
Yeah, I didn't know if you saw it or not. It was very unfortunate. A little pissed, but that's okay. Then I was playing Cyberpunk because it just got a new update.
Motherfucker keeps playing Cyberpunk.
It's fun, okay? 2.0 made it fun. What do you want from me? I've been playing a Netrunner build, but I keep thinking about wanting to play a fucking weeb with a sword. Because throwing daggers is really fun in this game. You just throw shit. I kind of just want to run around with a Sendevastine and throw sharp objects at people's skulls. Like, is that too much to ask?
No.
Good.
We're
What do you-
redefining borders.
Redefining our borders?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Much of the land that was previously unused is now going to certain Fangholds.
What?
Rofield's Fanghold got much larger. We're still getting pushed by the north. Can't really fix
Rude.
that.
Kind of rude.
That's what
So
happens
where's-
when monsters come out.
That's what happens when players exist. You know, if players didn't exist, no one in Tiers would have these problems. It really is our fault.
Ooh.
If we didn't exist, the DM wouldn't have reasons to cause problems in the IP. Think about that. I need a self-aware lich who realizes that if he kills the main characters, then strife will stop happening.
You.
Ultron DM. Yeah.
Which gains power. Takes him exactly 30 seconds to realize where all the world's problems come from.
We're all just plot points, Jack. And you're the crux of the conflict.
Wherever you
I'm gonna give you
danger follows.
I'm gonna give you a climax you won't forget. That's gay, Armstrong. What? No, wait. I meant like the story climax. Yeah, alright. It's too late, Armstrong. I posted your remark on Twitter.
Okay. Brofield got a considerable amount of land.
Nice. I'm sure Rozzy is happy. Are they? They're not still at like total war with Ashfield, right? Or Ashford?
Not Ashford.
It's not. What is it?
That's Ricewind.
Ricewind?
Yes.
Welcome to the Ricewinds, motherfucker.
That's Ricewind, the Giant's heir.
Oh my god. Victor got fucking fired. Wait, is it Victor Ricewind now?
I don't know who the new High Lord is.
Hey, Nikki.
I just know that the new family are half giants.
Oh my god. Furries versus big people.
But they're
Who
not
wins?
they're not fighting anymore. There's no reason for like with Tyrus' sort of emphasis put on like unity and camaraderie and sort of stopping that infighting. A lot of their focus is now turned against the Vigar, or the forces of chaos.
Chaos. God, I hate chaos.
So Junos, welcome. Kind of why chaotic beings will never eliminate everyone. There would be no one to cause more chaos.
The cycle continues. Maybe that's why the mouth is so pissed at us. She knows we're pro tax.
You!
So is Rofield still sympathetic with the Caressian crown?
Great question.
I
It
know,
wouldn't
that's
make
why I
sense for
asked
them
it.
to.
What?
But who knows?
You do.
I think
You
the
do.
biggest problem that's facing Rofield right now is the falling out of Driasgar and Valagar, because Driasgar was the road warden for House Blackmane.
Okay.
without one, Balagar hasn't appointed a new one, and that is where sort of not the conflict, but like the sort of beef is between the two houses. Is like you had a perfectly good like road warden who was protecting your land, and then you got rid of him. What the fuck are you doing?
So Driaskar is still fucking dead as shit.
I think he might be.
Did he get fired? You're like exiled for being an asshole?
I think he did get exiled.
Oh, that's rough. Oh my god, I can't wait to meet Drieskar's tier. Instead of Geralt, it's just Drieskar as mayor.
Nope. Gerald is still mayor. He's what is referred to as a Yelderman or a Lord Mayor.
A Yalderman. Yep, that's pretty good. I like that.
Thanks.
It's like a smaller Jarl. A Jarlet.
You have Yeldermans who basically protect towns, and their towns are within counties that are controlled by Brachus. Brachus controls their county, and they serve their liege lord, which is a warden. So everybody is a vassal of somebody.
As they should be. We're an independent states.
What the hell did you just say?
We make our own decisions based on democracy. We have an oligarch of wisdoms who come together and make all of the decisions for our great nation.
Well, if you are led by a wisdom, they're called a Yelderwoman or a Lady Mare. If you are a Yalderman who happens to control a garrison or a bastion, like along a mountain pass, but does not have a land, you are known as a Castellan.
Nice.
So Hain wouldn't be actually Hain would be a Castellan.
He's dead.
Well, you know what I mean.
Killed him. He can fucking move in the dirt where he belongs.
All right.
All that sympathy we were building toward him, yeah, I throw it out the window. Fuck that guy.
Finally, Hain 2.
I don't care if he was corrupted by forces beyond his understanding or control. He's still a bitch.
Oh.
Yeah, I regret nothing. I'm a player. I don't regret. I'm always right. I'm like a Star Wars character.
Oh. Oh, I see. North of House Blackmane is House Voldaren Lightsbane. They control a land referred to as the Blight or the Grim.
Somehow Yuria returned. Could you imagine, Vinny, if Yuria dies and then the next session she just appears with no explanation? And it's just like, yeah, somehow she came back. And that was it.
Just finished last Shadow Breach episode, and I can't help but feel like they put so many death flags at Cheadle. Yeah.
What?
Cheadle did get a few death flags.
No. I mean, to be fair, the fact that Cheadle isn't dead yet is honestly a miracle. That man is literally walking under the national banner of death. My man has a death flag tattooed on his chest. He is literally the Qui-Gon Jinn of your party. He's doomed.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to die, because it's going to be
Yeah.
very traumatizing.
Yeah.
Now that they have no road warden, the merchants and people will less likely travel. Well, yes, there is the perception that the road is less safe to travel because Driasgar is gone. So people are sort of not traveling those main roads anymore. There are still road wardens, Usually what happens is that a road warden appointed by a High Lord is the one that travels every road. Into like roads that connect from between counties are patrolled by road wardens appointed by a Dracus. So the road to Rosewood would have a road warden appointed by a Dracus. Ellen, my God, howdy, howdy. Long time no see, brother. What's the deal with the Grimwald Warden family? House Voldaren?
What's the deal with Grimwald?
Lightsbane, House Voldaren. They control the Fanghold, referred to as. It is a very fucked up place. They basically had to fight tooth and nail just to get to their ancestral home within their Fang. And it basically took their matriarch at the time, the leader of House Voldaren, channeling a lot of power to basically destroy the Vygar forces that were basically seated in their home. She got destroyed, but she became a saint. So House Voldaren has a saint as their founder, basically. They are Einherjar. They are basically Asumar. And they are some of the most powerful paladins this side of Aetus.
Wait, who are?
House Voldaren.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're Einherjar, baby. They are celestial blooded.
These are the Grimwald folk?
Yes.
Oh.
The issue is that the only person who knew what was happening in there is obviously House Voldaren and High Queen Alexandra Amrin, who died.
No.
The current High King has no idea what's happening in the Grimwald, nor do any of its neighbors. Ninth level spellcasting paladins. No, I think Lillian Voldaren, the matriarch of House Voldaren, would have been one of the people in her time to be able to cast ninth level spells. She died. She's a saint now. So yeah, she was a very proficient caster. What campaign is this map for? This isn't for any campaign, brother. This is Tyros. We're redoing the world map.
It's first book.
Maybe one day.
I mean, fucking suit at this rate. You literally have the entire setting for it. Netflix TV show? Hell yeah, let's go.
North of the Grimwald is the Fanghold of Vinheim. That is ruled by House Elevir, the Dragon Sages. They house some of they house almost all of the colleges of Tyros. If you want to be a wizard and have gone to a college, you would have gone to it, Vinheim. If you want to be a bard, you'd have gone to your college, Vinheim.
Oh my god. In Vinheim?
In Vinheim.
That's where the educated people go? I thought that's just where assassins went.
No, Smile.
Oh, okay. Thank God there's no assassins in Vinheim. That'd be absurd. That'd be crazy.
Collegium of Illendor is where you'll get your education. You have a much
What?
higher chance of getting into the Collegium of Illendor than you do the Collegium of Arias.
Oh. So it's the community college?
More like,
Smile.
yeah, I guess
Tex-
community college.
It's Texas State versus Yale. Boom. I just made anyone who went to Texas State real mad. I love those places. That's right, baby. Texas A&M. There you go.
You know, like a fanfic of Celeron and Yuria? No, I wouldn't want to write about
Hell
any
yeah.
of the PCs. I had talked to.
He hates us.
Why would I write your character?
I don't know. Maybe you liked it. Why would they make a show of Vox Machina?
That's voiced by them. That's their characters.
Well, there you go. You
It would be
better ask
you
me a lot of
write.
questions.
If you wanted to write a book about Yuria, that'd make way more sense than me writing the book about Yuria.
Because it's not my setting.
It's your character. You know
But
the
it's not my
setting.
setting.
You know the setting.
Not anymore, DM. It's changed.
Well, learn it.
It's all different now.
It is all different.
Can't believe you've done this.
I finished all the Dragon Mark nobility last night.
Nice.
Very cool.
We got the High King of Tyros or the High Queen of Tyros. His, her, or your majesty. We have the High Lord, High Lady, Lord Warder, Lady Warder, his, her, your grace. We have prince and princesses. These are generally the children of Warden family. Is his, her, your highness. We have Dracus or Drakessa, which is my lord, my lady. We have Yalderman and Yalderwoman, which is also a lord and lady. Then you have road wardens, which are sir, dames, lords, or ladies, so depending. And then you have knights, which are they're not members of the Dragon Mark nobility, but they are prestigious enough for them to be recognized for their service.
How mad would Guinevere be if I approached her and said, "Your scaleness"?
I think she'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what do you call a dragon who's also like the mayor?
You would use the same titles that you would use for the mayor. Are you referring to like, what if Guinevere was the mayor?
Yeah.
You would use the highest. You would use her higher ranking title over the Yelder woman title.
Yeah, what's her higher ranking title?
She is, or was rather, not anymore. She would have been a Lady of the Heavens.
What does that mean?
They are the highest rank of draconic nobility.
My God.
She was, not anymore. Gave it up.
You can give up your title?
She renounced her titles, yes.
Oh my God. Imagine retiring from being noble.
Considered the highest rank in the nobility and often controls multiple territories with immense wealth. These powerful dragons are often ancients or very ambitious adults who have achieved much and more in their years. These powerful nobles act as advisors to the numerous high lords and high ladies of the realm, dispensing their wisdom and advice to the mortals who desire it. Despite their influence, it isn't uncommon for the advice to be ignored or strong-headed leaders of Tyros.
Bastards.
Guinevere, the Eternal Lady, Lady of the Heavens. It would also make sense. But the dragon ranks in the Kingdom of Tyros.
Maybe.
Matt wrote all the PCs though? Huh? Would you be? I can't imagine how many episodes it would take to cover the whole story. Holy crap. Well, you would cut a lot of the chaff. You would there'd be a lot less travel episodes.
Yeah, you don't need exploration in a book.
Usually it would be interesting moments. So like meeting Ott, for example, or meeting Nerea. Those would be moments that you would keep recorded, but you wouldn't have the and they traveled for 45 days.
That's what the people want to know. Probably.
Now we are currently working on House Helmir. Control the entrance with the dragon's throat. I mean, technically, House Voldur controls it, but
Who cares about them?
a lot of people.
Yeah, but do those people matter?
Who's your favorite Final Fantasy protagonist? Yestola from Final Fantasy 14.
Why? Smile. Yeah. Basic but true.
I haven't played any other Final Fantasy 14. Or, sorry, any other Final Fantasy. This would actually need. Oh, it's much better. So how's the gang doing while I was gone for 2 months? We've just been vibing, dog. Recently, I've been revamping my world and making it more and more my own. Feels very nice.
The power. No one can tell me what to do. Yeah, you should do this. All right.
Oh, okay. Ah, you're just a little guy.
He's a little guy.
Thexazosi.
Nice.
Oh, I beat Mithrix on Monsoon last night. Got Huntress.
Oh, nice.
Oh hell yeah!
Well done.
What a gamer!
I did it under an hour. Oh, very
For
dope.
sure. You're learning. You're better than I am now.
Okay.
Which is Sagbotch.
Carousel also getting a revamp? Yes, the whole world is getting a revamp.
That's right. Suna all lithids.
What?
Bold strategy.
Carousel's ruling house is actually made entirely of those flying cat familiars.
Tressums?
That's right.
Yeah, here's the world.
They're Egyptian themed now.
Once it loads. Yeah, so we redid the whole world in a pack. And you can see Carousel over here. Its beautifulness.
Wow.
Carousel is referred to as the Elven Heartland. It's pristine. You can read about it. You can read about Carousel specifically on the Kanka. You go to the Kanka and you look up locations. The Carousel, the Elven Heartland, which is the first one. You can get a general understanding of what's there. You can read about the ecology, what the climate's like, some notable geography, and a sort of general idea of what's there. I like the new difficulty options in Baldur's Gate. Very good. Didn't know the Kanka got updated? Yep, I've been updating the Kanka slowly but surely. You can read about Tyros, Yadagara, Suna, Carousel, and the Wilderness.
I got my food.
Nice.
Yummy.
Do I get a tax break if I get to say that on stream?
You are streaming, dog, so...
I don't think it counts if I'm not streaming. I don't know.
Start your stream right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Just so I can say that?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Go on.
I feel like if I did that, I'd come into contact with the IRS lady from Everything Everywhere all at once. Have you guys seen Andor?
No. We had talked about it, though. Apparently
Nope.
it's really good.
Damn it. It's the best piece of Star Wars media I've ever seen. And I keep remembering about it. Should have watched it while I was there, but I forgot.
We were meant to watch a lot of things.
Yeah. Maybe I can convince Momo to watch that after Edge Runner's just done. What episode, Dex? I forget the number. But
I
it's
think you
the
guys
one.
completed episode 4, right?
Yeah, it was 4. I just met Faraday.
Hmm.
My job is. Your job isn't to think, it is to do what I say. I'm not a villain, by the way.
Yeah, I think everybody met the rest of the crew.
Yeah.
Nice.
And you know, the cyber psycho that was pissing.
Ooh, I forgot that was in this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, damn, I forgot that happened so fast.
Yep. Yeah, the show does not like wait around, which I appreciate.
All right. This is pretty good so far. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Looks good.
Yeah, I love RGB. Zeros.
It is definitely more vibrant than the last one.
What do you think of the borders?
I think it looks good. Now remember to be aware of hard world building. Or something. Smile.
I've been going hard on the paint. We came up with whole new terms, terminology. Can't wait for my players to get horrifically confused. Like I dropped them into a Game of Thrones episode without the appendix, and they're horribly lost.
So I'll buy that for 3 silver, DM. You mean 3 fangs? No, DM. I mean 3 silver.
No, I'm not gonna do that, but I will have the people use the terminology. I'll pay you 3 hordes. 3 hordes of fangs for you to do this job.
What?
And I go, huh? And then above board, I go, he's going to pay you 300 silver to do the job.
You'll be shocked to hear that it took Momo about 3 seconds to fall in love with Rebecca.
Not surprised at all. I knew she was going
No.
to.
The moment Rebecca got on screen with her pantsless self and said 2 sentences, she's like, I love her. Becca's just Momo. Yeah.
She gets really attached to Becca. Fucked up, man.
Hey, what the fuck?
I also
That's
hope she gets attached to
Kind of messed
Becca.
up.
Yeah, she's a great character. And nothing else, I glare at chat. Yeah, we watched the English dub.
I watched it in Japanese.
Alright, whatever.
Well, fuck.
Who asked?
Christ. Go fuck yourself. How about that, huh?
Alright, weeb, whatever. God, try to make everyone feel better or worse or something. I should buy her those Rebecca coasters. I don't know what Rebecca coasters there are, but why do I feel like they're cursed?
No, you know what they are. There's a reason he's saying coaster.
Oh, Omega Lol.
How'd I get the borders so clean? Thanks. I went over them very finely with another brush after putting them down. I'm really liking the.
Why aren't your borders messier? More fuzzy.
Yeah, they don't really all their yeah, they don't really need that much. They have land above and the world below territory.
Ooh.
The one of the dwarven houses. I was basically looking at like Lockram's border for their fanghold, and I was like, not really a reason for them to have that much land, especially because a lot of their emphasis is put on the mountains as they're sort of built around the spine. Who's your version of Russia in your world?
Why more?
I mean, I guess House Denathian probably is the closest you'll get to Russia. Kessig and Denathian are probably the closest you're going to get to Russia. Or Slavic in some way. Feels like I can strap this map onto a board and play Risk the Tarosian Wars. Very good. All right. Stronghold controlled by House Lockram. Mountain Lord. I'm sure some of the Dwarven territory is loaned out to those who'd be willing to work there. Oh, absolutely. Deep within Kera's Doom, their mountain, which is this one right here. Instead of cash, it's goods, lumber, food, etc. A fair trade and an honest deal with our dwarven friend. Indeed. The Dawi of Kera's Doom quite like you. They are Clan Lockram is the one who brought metallurgy back to man. Proper metallurgy, not Jasaran metallurgy, which was still quite lacking. Clan Lockram brought them how to make true steel, which was something that the Empire, the Jasaran Empire, lacked. A lot more brass and bronze. But Clan Lockram, secrets of steel. And when Lothar Amrin made his alliance, he was seen very favorably. Dawi Keresdum. He was a true warrior and also was very respectful of their tradition. They also quite enjoyed and hadn't experienced in a very long time. Do I hear Dawi? Yes. Mountain Lords, Clan Lockram. They're homies. They are homies of the West. Unlike the East, whose dwarves hate the Empire, absolutely fucking loathe them. The dwarves of the West rally alongside the patriots of men. The Cressian Empire gives me Nilfgaard vibes. Isn't Nilfgaard isn't it hyper religious?
Nilfgaard?
Yeah.
No.
No?
Well, not really. Actually, honestly, not as hyper zealot. I think they worship the sun, or they worship the emperor. I forget. But no, they're not like as hyper religious as the Northerners with like the eternal sun.
Hmm.
Yeah. Not that I'm aware of. Yes, they are very much so.
Conflicting responses now.
Rrr. Yeah, I thought they had like the Roman thing where you basically worship the emperor.
Oh, two.
Hell, I think we're talking about Witcher.
Oh, damn. A lot more territory than I thought they would.
Wow, this place is big.
Huh. I mean, before, they didn't really have... Us Kessig was a relatively small territory. Oh, never mind. That's fucking nice. What am I thinking of? Probably more world. I mean, yes. So all of these territories are like all of these fangholds are mostly wilderness. They are mostly wilderness. Again, the sort of settled areas are like the coast, basically. Like all this is where people live. All that right there. That's where people live. You do have sort of braver pockets that have sort of gone inwards. But mostly it is a lot of wilderness. Which is more and more reasons for adventurers to go out and see the world. So you could theoretically go form your own warden house in the untamed part of the wilderness. Yes.
And survive?
Well, that is the key thing, is that you can attempt to ascend and become a dragon-marked noble within Tyros. You can even attempt to ascend to become a warden family.
Holy shit.
You, need to do some pretty amazing things, first off. Some amazing feat of strength to be recognized not only by House Amrin, but also Bahamut. Because it is Bahamut who will bless your line. So if you're going to do some shit, you need to prove how badass you are.
Should.
The last warden family to join was House Grovane. And it's because of how fucking, like, literally a stone's throw from Sheol Ghul. Basically gods, am I right? Well, the likelihood of an adventurer who survives becoming part of the dragon marked nobility is very high. It's sort of expected because you are doing great things. You're saving towns, you're killing like Vigar, and finding ancient magic and all that shit. You're basically becoming very powerful. So it's pretty much expected that at some point, you, as an adventurer, if you survive, will have earned the respect and favor of a local Dracus or a Yalderman or what have you, and eventually become part of the peerage. However, the road to getting there is very dangerous. Just like it is anywhere else, adventuring can result in death. Still need to find a name for that of adventure. I want adventurer to be the derogatory. Yes, the Raven Guard game is taking place in this version of Tyros. Road Wardens, Draxus, Yalderman, Dragon Mark Nobility, all that fun stuff that'll be present in the Raven Guard. Wayfarer. Wayfarer is not bad. For example, Summerhall is ruled by a Yalderman on behalf of the Dracus of Sunfall. He is referred to as Mayor Lord or Mayor. He is attempting to earn enough favor and interest in Summerhall to elevate Summerhall to a city, thus making him a Dracus. At least we've got threats to build up. Oh, absolutely. This reminded me of Risk. Well, it is where I have drawn a lot of inspiration for my political map. So. What's great is that the new map of Tyros, I feel so much more free to make games in other locations. Because each place is way larger and it has, like, each one has its own sort of unique motif, design, own sort of aesthetic and theme. So it feels much more liberating to be like, all right, boom, you know what? We're gonna have a game that takes place in Steinmoor.
Whoa.
Correct, Hale. Each Fanghold can literally have a campaign inside of it. Like, you don't even have to leave the Fanghold. You could literally just adventure within the Fanghold and never leave. The most obvious ones for places like for adventure to happen, most prominent one is the Blight. Grimwald.
Oh, Grimwald. I remember that place. That's where the moon man is that I have to talk to.
No, he's on the border of Grimwald.
That's still the Grimwald asshole.
He's part of the nobility. House Helmir. What's the richest place in Tyros? Wealthiest place in is probably Steinmore, which is where the artisan guild. What kind of artisan guilds? Let's see. We've got Merchants Guild, Carpenters Guild, Blacksmiths Guild, Masons Guild, Cartographers Guild, Armorers Guild, Silversmiths Guild, Leatherworkers Guild, Jewelers Guild, Weavers Guild, Alchemists Guild, Culinarians Guild, Runesmiths Guild, Miners Guild, Forestry Guild, and the Fishers Guild. Guilds are important to Tyros. As such, there are a lot of guilds, all underneath the Royal Artisan Guild, and many sub-guilds. Can we explore Yuri's home? I want to see if there's more white-haired goth women.
All right.
You want to go? Want to go to the Shademore, huh?
Huh. Finally.
All right, Sizzle.
What?
Get to running.
Yeah, any second.
Here's the Grimwald. Or sorry. Here's the Shademore.
Ah, perfect. Yeah, let me go learn let me just go learn what is it? Fucking Call of Cthulhu real quick.
Nice. Based and real. I look forward to it.
Fantastic.
Farmers Guild? I don't think there would be a Farmers Guild per se. I mean, I guess there could be. I just don't know if like Farmers Guilds exist in real life. So as such, it would be a lot of like unexplored territory for me.
Yeah.
farmers only. You want to be historical? No. No, I've sort of strayed very far from historical accuracy. I mean, hell, we made our own. Like, I've basically butchered the sort of British and Germanic like feudal system into my own homogenized mess. Like, my barons basically have the titles of counts. You've got Yaldermen who are basically barons. Maybe we'll make a farmers guild. I just I'll sort of need to explore what the hell farmers guild would sort of try to achieve. At some point, you're gonna run upon the difference between a guild and a union. Hmm. For example, a merchant's guild facilitates trade and transport between member areas within control of that guild. A farmers union, which is what farmers would most likely have, would facilitate fair wages and trade between farmers and outside buyers. Oh. Basically, guild worked within its own influence and members. The union basically protects its members and facilitates work with non-members. Ah. So it sounds like for farmers, we'd probably want farmers union, not a farmers guild. If I'm reading that right. Unless a guild could also do that? Question mark? I didn't realize how big this map was. How long have you been working on this? Oh, this is only the western continent, Valverse. I've been working on this for a hot minute. This is the world map. I basically carved out this little area right here because that's where a majority of my games take place, is on the western continent, Heroes. It's amazing. Thanks, brother. Unions could be regional, guilds could be local town. Huh. Monster from Jeepers Creepers would be a sick 5e monster. I'm fairly certain somebody's made that already. I think a modern comparison would be like a tradesman union of sorts. Put it in a different way, a guild will only work with its own members or another guild. Unions protect their members' interests but work with people who are not union or guild members. You don't need a membership to work with a union. Ah. Maybe a silly question, but is there no serfdom in Tyros, right? Doesn't really feel like the peasants are oppressed. They're not. The commoners of Tyros are not oppressed. They very much want to work alongside the nobility because they aspire to become nobility. They have the potential to become nobility. So, for example, let's say a road warden comes into Eliond and says, "Hey, I need help. There is a tribe of Rendavia, of goblins, who are attacking caravans, and I found where their hideout is. I need able-bodied people to come with me so we can go fucking slay some goblins." And the able-bodied people of Eliond would be like, "Let's fucking go." They want to help. They want to be a part of this system. They know how important like the roads and everything are, and so they'll work together without needing to be forced to go deal with shit. So craftsmen like jewelers and carpenters would probably be guilds, since they can establish standards for quality and set rates. Are the guilds simply arbiters of a profession, or do they control... Ooh, excuse me. Or do they control threats in and out and of themselves? Thinking like RuneScape-esque shit. I think it's a blend, honestly. Because people like the Masons Guild would be protected by like road warrants and stuff while they repair the roads. But they're not so incompetent that they wouldn't be able to defend themselves. So if they were attacked, you could expect the Masons Guild to throw hands with you. It's why historically merchant guilds became a big problem in medieval times. They would only work with themselves or other merchant guilds. Countries that were too small or too poor to bring the guild's attention were shit out of luck, with very few ways to remedy it. Oh. No, I think the merchant guilds here within Tyros are more about like there's probably way more nationalism in Tyros of like the merchant guilds want to keep Tyros safe from like the Empire. They want to make sure that merchants who are traveling from the east during Tyros's long winters aren't here to rip people off. So they're probably ones who are setting prices and don't budge and are very strict on like trading and everything like that. Now, obviously, there are always going to be outliers everywhere. I'm sure that there are greedy fucking merchants in the merchant guilds who are trying to line their pockets because wealthy individuals in Tyros get taxed more. So they try to sort of hoard or hide that wealth.
Like a dragon. Wow.
Is it fair to say that the leaders of Tyros are generally more good aligned than the Coressians? The Coressians fall under the purview of lawful, generally lawful evil leaning. Especially because of how the Empire was founded. It's way more strict, way more authoritarian over there. Your magic items are processed, recorded, and then or processed, cataloged, and then taken by the government. You're not allowed to have magic items unless you're like a member of the legions. If you are a member of the legions, then you have a much easier time sort of keeping your weapon, keeping your magic items. All right. We'll give them the we'll give them those ones, and then we'll give this island characters. Do they give it back when I want to leave? No. If you're not a native and you travel to Carissa and you bring with you magic items, there is a non-zero chance that you're not leaving with that magic item when you leave. Generally, if you make a big enough stink, you will get your magic items back. If you're a native, if you are a citizen of the Empire, you are definitely not fucking getting magic items back.
What the fuck?
The only way you're getting those magic items is if you're a member of the military. Nilfgaard has a whole thing where all mages work for the government if you want or not. Northern mages are very politically independent, to the point of being too power hungry. Oh. Yeah, I mean, the mages of the Empire work in the Empire. Like, makes sense. I'm gonna go Wizard King and fuck that nation up if they keep trying to take my items. You and Balavar both. Balavar, one of the human Wizard Kings, hates elves. He is the master of evocation magic. And he greatly dislikes elves. Oh.
What a guy. I love that guy.
I think it would be cool to have resistant movements there. You are not the first one to suggest that.
To have what?
Resistance.
In Carousel?
Yeah. People rebelling against the Empire.
Who would do that? Who would do such a thing? Unimaginable to rebel against the High Ups, who are clearly right in all things. Who definitely didn't threaten to burn down the biggest tree there is.
It wasn't Surik. Kieran. Kieran wanted to play or like run the potential of like a smuggler's game in Carousel where you're smuggling in magic items to like the resistance and shit who are trying to usurp the Empire. I can tell you right now that the Empire is already facing internal conflict because the Aranai elves fucking loathe the Empire. They hate the Valinor elves of the East, and they really want them gone. Specifically because Vatharmir's grandfather almost burnt down Eluine, which is the Golden Flame. It is the massive fucking tree in the East. It is a gift, one of the last remaining gifts of the Aranar here on the planet. Many people attribute Erisso's sort of idyllic temperate climate to Eluine. Carousel, you have like Arthurian legend style like campaigns, the making of heroes type shit. You go to Carousel. Carousel, it's you getting stopped at a border check and getting your items taken from you.
Oof. You didn't need that, right?
Or worse yet, let's say you're in some place like Falador and you're training to become a bard. That's too fucking bad. You've been conscripted to fight the Morlings. You're ripped from your classes. You're given a spear and you're shoved to the front line.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow, it's way more brutal than when I last played it with Sebastian. My God.
Well, logistics and everything are still there. You have your homeboy in the back doing his paperwork. But if they need bodies, they'll get bodies. Bet the dwarves and wood elves would be best friends if they managed unity to bring that stinky empire down. Yes, it's a shame that the dwarves of the east are currently being like massacred.
Awkward.
They're dying in their mountain hole. Carousel sounds both based and not based.
Like all things.
A big thing to note about Carousel is that it is religiously driven. There is a big emphasis put on it's more of like a theocracy.
Everything you say just makes it sound worse.
There is a big emphasis put on the worship of the Mother of Elves.
Your mother.
They are very religiously motivated, driven. They believe very specific ideals and challenged on them. Fight you very harshly. It is where you can expect a lot of zealotry generally in the form of like penance or repentance, seeking absolution. You want to know how you can find absolution for your sins against the Mother of Elves?
No.
Get into the suit.
What?
Get
No, I'm
into the
good.
suit.
I'll stay a sinner.
You will serve the Empire.
I'll stay. I'll just.
Nope. You have no choice
No.
now. Get
Oh,
into
fuck.
the suit.
No.
Find the needles.
Fuck. Sucks.
Carousel is where you can find like the Knight's Penitent and stuff like that, chat. For any of you familiar with Diablo.
He just couldn't help himself from stealing just one more thing. One more little tidbit.
So Tyros believes in all of the Aranar, right? They worship their saints, or they revere their saints, they worship their gods. Carousel is like, if you weren't an Aranar, an OG Aranar, you're not a fucking real god. Fuck your saints. Fuck you. The only real god is the Mother of Elves. And obviously the All-Father, but the All-Father's not here, so Mother of Elves.
That's it. It's convenient how it only includes us. Easy.
A Tarosian elf going to Carousel is probably an eye-opening experience. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like Scylla would be somewhat horrifying. Smile. Let's go to my country. Oh, it's a little different than I remember.
Burning people at the stake. Like, there's that scene out of Castlevania, Wallachia, where they're burning Dracula's wife at the stake because she's a witch.
So you're bringing Dracula into your game now? Is that what I'm hearing?
Always. What the? Absolutely.
You never left.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Dracula.
Oh, gamer.
I'm Draken's
Hello.
dick
Not
across
Not
your
much, man.
face.
What's up? Yeah.
I want to burn that empire down? Good. You should hate
Oh my
it.
god. You are
Understand,
also a wood elf.
understand that Othramir Aldeos, the Emperor of the East, does not like the current state of the empire. Othramir Aldeos possesses a palantir, basically, which gives him clairvoyance. Something lost time, but basically gotten it back from some quirky adventures. Now with his palantir, he's able to see the future, and he sees what's going to happen to his empire, because the people in the empire are very morally bankrupt and are doing some heinous shit to their own people. He does not like that. He's been trying to campaign for change. Hasn't
I
been
see.
going well.
So CTF, come with the fall, should really have been Caressian.
Yes.
Come with the fall of elves.
Well, it's still, with that
Sorry-
version, it's still
sorry to
relevant to
interrupt.
that version of Tyros. What's up?
I just want to come and say hey, and now I'm gonna go to bed. So you guys have a good
Oh.
night, okay?
Oh,
All right.
let me sleep well.
All right.
All
bye.
right.
All right.
Can't believe he left us.
Wait, the Emperor can't change his empire? He's trying. The issue is that there are a lot of people who are basically working in the shadows. When he changes something, they'll sort of come up behind him and change it. So things that he thinks he's fixing, he comes back and things have only been made. He is essentially the only one championing for change, while the people that are there are complacent. They sort of are living these sort of decadent lives and do not want change. They like sort of having their thumb on the people that live.
I like having ultimate authority. What a fuck.
The military is not on his side? Correct. Military The military and the sort of magisters or the Senate are ruled by two different families who serve the empire.
Ooh, that's dangerous. It's coup time.
And
How do you kudu?
military not answer to well, they answer to the emperor, but they don't really answer to the emperor.
You know, answer solely to the emperor.
That is the big thing, is that at least it should be stated that the elves of the east are dying. That they're not advancing, they're not creating anymore. They are resting on their laurels and are living decadent lives and are
Stagnating.
Exactly. It is nothing like the West, where the West is sort of unified because they were forced to. East was never challenged that way. The East didn't have to face the like demonic hosts or anything like that. And if they did, the demonic host was pretty much thwarted by the elves that were there. They never really got a foothold like they did on Tyros. So the elves didn't get their mettle tested during the Shadowed Age. They got to hide, relax, and rebuild, while Tyros was fighting tooth and nail for every inch of land. That's what really unified the West. Caruso didn't get that.
Skill issue.
It sounds like it's the team is so the emperor has because he has his palantir, he's not idle. It just takes a considerable amount of time for him to be able to enact his plans. Lothomir Aldeos not only is referred to as the emperor, he's referred to as the Viper. He is a very cunning individual.
He's learned to be a son of a bitch.
Correct.
At a young age, my father told me how to be an asshole. It's the only thing I've thanked him for.
He's dealing with problems, but
Yeah.
it does take time. You can see why he is so interested in places like Irist or Enerlur, because they previously were part of the Empire, and because of how they were formed. A lot of generals and a lot of military leaders and like-minded individuals left. They separated from the Empire and formed their own nation. He wants to get those military-minded individuals back, find their wealth, their resources, and start campaigning for some more change. You don't get to become emperor being nice. Exactly. That is something that Lothomir learned. You don't get to be emperor by being nice. People will betray you. They will step on you and use you in every opportunity that they can to achieve their own goals. The only way that you can succeed is by stepping on them first.
Truly a leader I can get behind.
I think we're done.
What?
I think we're done with
Wow.
borders.
Oh my god.
Kind of funny he hasn't been assassinated. Yes, the Palantir has ensured that he basically doesn't get assassinated.
Thank God. Small mercies, at least for him.
It's another reason why, with the death of Alexandra Amrin, the High Queen, who was beloved by all of Tyros. The whole of Tyros is a little wary of Ashton Amrin because Ashton Amrin is in talks with Bothromir Aldeos. He is in talks with the Emperor of Carousel. They are discussing tentative peace.
Ew.
And people are confused.
Imagine peace. Ugh.
I'm imagining Saruman, but good, and instead of Isengard being a rising evil power in the middle of good kingdoms, it's just the mirror. All these specific examples, but it makes my brain happy. All right. Did I label stuff before? Indeed. Oh, time to start naming the Fangholds. Is the wilderness being the frozen hellscape? It is the reason why Tyros fought so hard. Like, the reason it became what it is because the demon host won, and winning accidentally broke the terraforming apparatus. Yes. Tyros, the two trees, Eluine and Thorlin, were planted in very specific locations, both in the west and the east. When Garasa, the Star Eater, coiled itself around the trunk of Thorlin and Bahamut was forced to destroy them both, the destruction of Thorlin, even as it suffused the land with silver light, caused a disturbance in the earth. Thorlin was planted above a terraform. With its destruction, the terraformer went rampant. It basically activated, and nobody knows how to turn it off. As a result, the terraformers started going basically procking like crazy. That is how you get year-long seasons in Tyros. The wilderness, the north, being the frozen hellscape that is, its terraformers activated when the shattering happened. When the Allfather smote the earth, shattered the continents, and broke the world, the terraformers in the north and south activated as a result. They have basically been running for millennia now. The one in the north spews out perpetual permafrost or hoarfrost. The one in the south spews out smog, black ash. I don't know your plans, but I imagine even the good emperor causing a lot of suffering being so ruthless in his methods. Yes.
Yeah, but he only makes bad people suffer, Smile.
Katarina, Steinmore, Eridhurst. I like all those names. Yes, and more. Oh. I wonder would their territory be named after their mountain or would it make sense for their territory to be named after their mountain? The dwarves, House Runar?
Wait, what?
Would House Runar would it make more sense for House Runar's territory be named after their mountain?
Be a very dwarf thing to do.
How dwarfy are they? Is that where their civilization resides? Is in mountains?
Yeah, they're House Runar is they basically control these southern islands here, but their main mountain. Pull it up.
What if they have a giga volcano forge?
They do.
Nice.
They're known House Runar is known as the primeval smiths. They are descendants of the greatest rune lord who's ever lived.
Then it's probably named after the mountain or the volcano that they use.
Their mountain. Their mountain. What the fuck? Did I not write their fucking mountain down?
Uh-oh.
How could you lose a whole mountain?
Great fucking question. Ah, that's why. Okay, so I wrote it down for their lord. Led by Thane Ulden Emberfist of Clan Runar, shaper of the current and WBing of Karagazul. So it would be Karagazul then.
What was it?
Karagazul.
Little chaos dwarves after my own heart.
Not Chaos Dwarves.
Little chaos dwarves.
I think, if I remember correctly, Azul is, it can be any type of metal. And Kerrig is mountain. So I believe it's Silver Mountain is their,
Nice.
unlike Kerris Doom, which is the Mountain of Darkness. Yeah. Led by Thane Kagror Stormson of Clan Lakrim, Giant's Bane of Kerris Doom. Always thought Chaos Dwarf's aesthetic fit devils nicely. There are a lot of aesthetics that work really well for devils. Kerris Doom. Fanghold of Kerris Doom. Fanghold. Eric Azul. Fanghold of Eridhurst. Fanghold of Katarina. D&D Devils should have something more than just red for aesthetics, IMO. Agreed. Fangholder Rofield. Fanghold of Vinheim. Do I want it to still be called? I don't want it to be called Grimwald. Fanghold. Fanghold of Ettenwald. Fanghold of Rofield. Old Redhurst. Fanghold of Karagazoo. I guess Grimwald's. Now what I need to change is Halmir's Fanghold. I need a new name for that. Do we have any suggestions from the chat? They are led by Lord Ulrich Halmir, the Horse Lord. What's the place again? It is the Fanghold of House Halmir, the Great Riders. They are
Inspired by the Rohirrim. Correct.
previously the land was known as Amen Hen. A name for their territory. sort of falling in theme with all of the others. Generally, they all have some form of sort of German or Norse feel to them. Westholm? It is mostly flat. There are still a lot of forests throughout their Fanghold, but it is mostly like plains and rolling hills and knolls. Harsharim? Harsharim? Fens? I don't know how to pronounce that, Legion. Onion? Arsharim? Reflin? Redland? Everything I come up with is way too German sounding. I mean, there is a big, and we do use a lot of like German sort of vernacular like that. So. It is a blend, so to speak. Downenfeld? Get on in here, Legion. Let me hear how you pronounce it.
Go on.
So stuck on Weisfield? I don't know why I want Weiss so badly. Hey, Crown, saw you grabbed a thing last stream off of the Forgotten Adventures token sharing Discord. Just posted a set of things I've been working on for a bit now that might be useful for Dragon Nation. Oh? Holy shit, dog. He made a steel dragon.
What? Where? Oh my.
Ah, damn, boy. That clean as
Holy.
fuck.
Damn.
That's probably one of the best Kit Bash dragons I've ever seen. Holy shit.
A shot.
Well, yes. Don't mind if I do download that. Thank you.
He's so
Much appreciated.
smooth. It's like a Porsche got up on legs and wings and started breathing fire at me.
Vardenfeld. Why does that sound familiar?
That does sound familiar.
Why does Vardenfeld sound familiar?
Good question.
Because Vardenfell is from Morrowind.
Ah, yes.
Vardenfell, also known as the Black Isles. Is naming it after a geographical feature too silly? Nope. I mean, Etten Moor is a literally giant swamp. The capital of the Etten Moor is Ettenheim, which is giant home.
Nice.
That's a blow it. I mean, I like Vardenfeld.
Varden Ford. Got him. Now it's different.
Mm.
Varden Fjord.
All right, Legion. Hey, SFS, what's going on, brother? We're naming fangholds right now, or territories in Tyros. But that's something like the opening expanse with better standing words. Dumpenfield. It's got other metal versions too? That's hot as fuck. Thank you, Mathis. I appreciate you coming in here and being like, hey, my man, I got dragons for you. Based.
Oh yeah, the version? Show me it rusted then. Give me the rust dragon.
Grunfelden? Varden something, isn't
Vardenholm.
Varden.
Vardenheim.
Vardenheim. Oh, no.
Vardenfield.
Fanghold of Vardenfield. Fanghold of Vardenberg.
Vardenmoor.
Another swamp?
There's a lot of swamp. What do you want?
Vardenvart.
Varden. Ford. Doesn't that mean like
Vardenfjord?
ford? Oh, it means
I don't-
river crossing.
Yeah.
Old Gaelic? I would love to butcher another language.
So true.
Vardenplain? Vardenberg. Grunfelden. Burnplain. It does, it almost feels a little too fantasy, which is hilarious. Compared to like everything else that's here. Because nothing else really has like a fantasy feel right now. Aside from maybe Grimwald.
Yeah.
Like Ettenmoor, Aridhurst, Katarita, Steinmoor, Binheim, all of them have an almost grounded feel to them. Which is what I wanted, because I wanted the fantastical things to be within the Fanghold. The weird and fantastical sort of happens in it. You know? I like this Varden thing that we're going for. I like it.
The Vard.
The Vard. Ooh. Volley? It almost sounds Eastern. Black Vard. I would almost say that would fit better in the Grimwald. The Grimwald means Black Forest. Oh, the Back Vard. Ah. Hmm. We could do Varden. Oh, wait, fucking said.
Perhaps.
He did, Vardenfeld. You know what? Vardenmere? Vardenmer? Belt of lands surrounding a town or countryside. Also a rural district.
Varden.
Maybe
Varden hell.
maybe we just try to slap something onto Feld, because Feld works really well for the Fanghold.
Vardenfell.
Oh my god! Isn't this where the Dragon's Throat or whatever? Yes, the Dragon's Throat starts here. What is this map? Welcome, Nick. This is the western map of Tyros. Currently, the political map is broken down into each Fanghold, which is ruled by a Warden family. Fanghold is a territory or a province.
Winfeld.
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 Winfeld could work. Hals is apparently throat in Swedish, so Halsfeld. Well, Halsfeld isn't bad.
Morfeld.
Morfeld. Hagenfeld. Whitefeld. Stahlfeld. Windenfeld.
Marfeld.
Marfeld.
Barfeld.
Eh.
Don't you add me.
Stahlfeld, actually. Oh, how do you say that?
Starfield.
Starfield. Marfeld Cinematic Universe. Shut up. Jablaine, brother, thank you very much for the 22 months. My God. Incredibly kind of you. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. I appreciate you. Here's to 22 more months. In 2 more months, you will get your 2-year crown, and all will be right in the world. Targenfeld, immortalize your homie. Gorgonzola, yeah, shut the fuck up. You know, Stahlfeld isn't bad.
We're trying to come up with a place for this little green area.
Yeah. Stahlfeld isn't bad,
What about a rift?
though. Huh?
Like a rift valley. Like does it have valley? It's valleys, right?
Yeah, it's valleys, plains. Stahlfeld? Stahlfeld's not bad.
Riftenfeld? Yeah, alright, Jordan. Yeah, alright.
Halsfeld isn't bad either. I do like Stahlfeld, though. Wait a minute. Is the cough drop brand Hals Swedish? Is it just supposed to be for your throat then, or am I reading into that too much? That's a great question. Stahlfeld, Riftfeld? I don't know about you. I do like Stahlfeld.
Starfield.
Shut up.
Garfield.
Is there a particular way you pronounce the A? Legion?
Skalfell. Skalfell.
Fanghold of Stoffel. Ruled by House Halmir. Great riders. Their High Lord, Lord Ulrich Halmir, Horse Lord, greatest rider in all of Tyros.
Gosh, I have a very original name. Let's call it Middenheim.
Middenheim.
Middenheim, because it's in the middle.
Ah,
Ah. Ruled by Boris Bodbringer.
Wow.
Stoffel.
I better turn it down.
Let's just Middenfeld. Wow.
Ah. Games Workshop very gently puts their hand on my shoulder. Hey, we saw you put rune fangs in your game. I will fucking kill you. Stoffel, but a vampire town. Despite being Swedish, despite having a Swedish family, I know absolutely fuck all about the country.
Nice.
All right, this is looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's okay.
We got Steinmore, Katarina, Eredhurst, Karagazul, Ettenmore, Rofield, Grimwald, Vinheim, Stoffel, Kerrisdoom. We need 5 more locations. Oh, anchoring. We need 4 more locations. Games Workshop sent me to keep an eye on you. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Kill that man.
Oh my god. It's the Pinkerton. It's John Pink.
You can't let them know.
Pinkerton.
Davis. Get Pygor.
It will be done, my lord.
Weird question, but is Katarina supposed to be more Latin inspired? It derives a lot of inspiration from the Renaissance era, generally of France, Spain. A blending of cultures, so to speak. Imagine, if you would, a place that is in a perpetual renaissance, a place that loves and values arts, music, and the expression of the soul. That is Katarina.
So it's New Orleans.
Honestly, I could see New Orleans being more in the Ettenmore because of swamp.
Well, yeah, but culturally, they're a mix of French and Spain and English, and they're all about music and expression of culture.
You know what?
And
You know
and
where
violence,
New
but-
Orleans is?
Where?
It's Sunfall,
It's Sunfall. Damn.
because that used to be Katarina's territory.
Crime rate's high, but goddamn, do they cook well. Dager's gonna roll out after eating etouffee, like, oh.
What name
Someone
is?
take me to ostrich, my heart's gonna explode.
What name is next? Next is the Fanghold or House Baldur, the Phoenixes of the West.
Solheim. Boom.
Solheim, Sunheim,
Solheim.
Sunhome is what you want.
Yeah. It's just that easy.
That would be way better for Katarina.
It's just that easy. I don't. What?
What if we did name Katarina Solheim though?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What if we did name it Solheim though?
Wait a minute. I love that. We should. That'd be a better name for pause. Oh.
The fucking concrete scraping sound as I slowly turn to look at Katarina.
Oh.
What's the house name again? Here, I'll type it out for you guys. It is House Baldur. House Valdur, Phoenixes of the West, burning bright. Motto. Here is their coat of arms. Their obviously their main iconography is that of the phoenix, because during the Shadowed Age, when the rest of the Warden families traveled north, it was House Valdur that stood at the dragon's throat to fight back the incursion of the Vigar forces. They were thought to be defeated and destroyed until they arrived with House Helmir and their riders to flank the Vigar in the north, while House Amrin and the other Warden families battled against the Vigar. It was House Valdur and House Helmir that rode together and basically pierced through their line. Endress. Other stuff. They sound conceited AF. They didn't give themselves their name. Lord Lothar Amrin gave them their name. He dubbed them he gave them the heraldry of the Phoenix.
So why is their thing burning bright? Why is that their motto?
I had a reason. Oh God.
Uh-oh.
It had something to do with how the spine, the spine, which is the mountain range that makes up their territory, how it catches the light. It had something to do with that. Also meant to play up the whole Phoenix motif.
Mm-hmm. Why? Because their civilization's been destroyed multiple times and they just rebuild it?
In a way. Organ Soul?
What's like, what would it be like Mountain Sun?
Mountain Sun?
Yeah.
I think it's Bergson?
Berg what?
Bergson? Or Son?
Berg Soul?
Berg Soul? Eh.
Soulberg? I kind of like Berg though. You don't have a Berg.
I have, we're probably going to
Solberg.
change it, but I had a Berg in the form of Wolfberg. That was Kessig's territory. But we'll probably end up changing that.
Ashburg.
Well, ash, usually when ash is used in a name, it's referring to trees.
What about Phoenix? The Phoenix rises from the ashes.
Ashburg. Morganfell? Fall? Berg sounds weird outside of city names, IMO. Harburg. Olberg. Morganburg. Bergith. Ashmont.
Berg.
Oh.
Alright, Jory. God,
Morganfell.
fuck you too.
Ashman. Ashman.
This is how you repay me. Yeah, well, maybe you should say F y'all. What the fuck?
I didn't read it as F y'all. I literally read it as its pronunciation. I didn't go back and realize that until right now. Morgenstern? Sure.
Morgenstein.
A fire is Führer, German. Good luck pronouncing that without knowing the language.
Fjordmund?
Jormund, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Stranghold of Morgenstein. Stone. Stranghold of Morgenstein. Hmm. I'm gonna think some. Whoa! I will go get some water because I'm all out of drink, and I'm
Drink.
back. Let you guys continue to
Okay.
look at the political map.
Oh, wow. Too generous.
Thanks. I'm back.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
Thank you. Sure, holy shit. Thank you for the brand new sub, my man. Welcome to the community. I want to play in this world now? Well, when I get all of this done, my hope is with all of this on the Kanka that people can run games in ADAs. So if you see a place that you want to run in, you will be able to do that in the future. I want people to be able to come in and make campaigns and characters and everything like that in the world. And if you do some awesome shit, or some epic stuff or what have you, and I think it would fit the world, I'll take your adventures and make them canon. How come Kanka and not World Anvil? Kanka doesn't charge me a fucking arm and leg, and it's not horrendous to design. Kanka's like $5 for all of the same functions of World Anvil. World Anvil's like $100 a fucking month for basically Google Docs. Yes. Yes. Having had a subscription and used World Anvil for as long as I did, I could achieve more using Google Doc than I could that fucking cumbersome ass website. Kanka is like, hey, give me $5 and you can put pretty much anything you fucking want on here. When you're making your own world, all the homies still want to play it. I want to play in your world, hell. I've seen all your cool military shit you've been working on. Let's see. What do the names mean? Westeros? Ah, thank you, Venopack. I tried using Dawn in German. That's Amarong? Amarok? Rock? Hard? Ashfuel? Ashful? Amarang? Oh. Wait a minute. Laying hold of Amarang. That has a nice mouthfeel. God damn. Final Fantasy. I mean, it would just be another thing that I've stolen from Final Fantasy 14, so nobody at all would be surprised.
Add it to the list.
I like the mouthfeel of Amarang, but I sort of want to. I don't like the rang part. It has like a weird like hitch to it. Among?
Among Us? Oh.
Alagmogus?
No,
Oh my
not that.
god! Among Us!
What are your thoughts on the world of what are your thoughts on the world of Lies of P? I haven't played Lies of P. Heard it was really good though. What if we used Varden in some way? Vardenful. Oh. Hmm. Come on. Fendarin or Fenerdin? Fenerdin? Banghold of Fenerdin? I dig Damerfall. I also sort of dig Damerfall. I wonder if it's... I sort of wonder if it might be too much for people. Because Katarina, Steinmore, Aridhurst, those are all relatively easy to pronounce. Karagazul and Karazadum might be a little bit harder. But I feel like compared to Stoffeld, you have Damerful, which is like, oh. Hammerfell? Pretty sure Hammerfall is the location of the Red Guard in Tamriel. Take the H and just do Damerful. The FH sound at the end is a bit of a weird one. I got the H. Damerful. Stoffeld and Damerful sound similar. I would, yeah, I mean, I'd say so. They're homies. They have a Rohan and oh god, Gondor. They have a fucking Gondor and Rohan sort of vibe going on. Take out the H. Take out the D also and the M. Yeah, let me just take apart the whole fucking name.
Damn.
What are we left with if we take out the D? Hammerful? And the M. Alright, for fuck's sake. A Vorodir? Sounds a little too close to a particular cunt in my setting. Ain't nobody want to name anything after that asshole.
No one?
I mean, him. Him being
I'm sure
the
there's
other
a
one.
few people who'd be like, yeah, bro, sick.
Yeah, there would be some.
I mean,
what
what
he
if there
do?
was?
I'm glad you asked.
What if there was like a fragment of like Wizard King's name in there that no one really remembers?
Well, it wouldn't be here. His kingdom is Enerlur. It's in the east.
Yeah, not him, but someone else.
Ah, like Balavar?
Yeah, or any of the other ones.
For you, Nick, the Wizard King Voradare, first of his name, sovereign ruler of Anorlur and the dominion of the sun, protector of the realm and defender of humanity, master of the arcane art, enchantment, the radiant sun, and hero of mankind. He wields the Ring of Dawn. Voradare is an enchantment wizard who just recently became a god king by consuming the last essence, the last magic god.
Omega Law.
He possesses his ring and he just recently elevated his continent or his island out of the ocean and into a demiplane. He sounds like a cunt. You're correct, because while the entire time that the party was there, he was mind fucking every person on Irist. He made them believe that that Queen Veronica Raymonor was evil, and that her title, the Queen of Smiles, was something malicious, and turned the people against her. Isn't there like 80 episodes of him being a cunt? There was. We lost a good majority of them. But Dawn of Anorlur and Secrets of Eris, well, Dawn of Anorlur specifically, will return. Steinmore, Katarina, Eredhurst, Ettenmore, Damerful, Starfell, Rofield, Grimwall, Vinheim, Kara's Doom, Karagazul. Rimor. Originally, the name for House Keswick's territory was Wolfburg. What do we think?
Yeah, sounds good.
For Wolfburg?
For House Kessig.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good.
It's on the nose, but it's meant to be. Here is their coat of arms. Beware our fangs. Motto.
That's a nice motto. Another one I could think of is just fuck off.
Led by Lord Julian Kessig, the Moon's Fury. It sounds too simple.
What? What do you mean too simple?
Too simple.
What do you mean? Not every fucking
Interesting.
name's gotta be like unique. In fact, it gets kind of silly, I feel.
House Kessig, the dire wolves, beware our fang. Known for their ferocity and brutality in battle, House Kessig is both renowned and feared by other warden families throughout Tyros. Secluded in their northwestern forests beyond the Spine, some men of the time speak of a deal made between House Kessig and the First Fang, binding their line to his curse to save their dying blood. Despite the rumors which circulate around their family, House Kessig has always been loyal to Tyros and order, answering the summons of their High King and battling any who dare to try to take the land they've so rightly earned through blood. Kessig. Led by Lord Julian Kessig, the Moon's Fury. Wolfenhunt? I don't think they want to be associated. That's part of the rumor, is that they're associated with Carthanak, and they're trying to avoid.
I assure you, there are no lycanthropes in Wolfburg.
Eh.
The day purely coincidence. Worry not.
They don't want people being like, oh yeah, those motherfuckers, they worship the promised calamity.
I mean, just look at their name.
They are incredibly loyal to Tyros, though. Anytime there's danger, you can fully expect House Kessig to be like, oh yeah, motherfuckers? Out of my house. They rip you apart.
Oh.
What the fuck do we name the territory, the fanghold of the High King? Wolfen is a great prefix. We've used it before. Oh, Adehurst? Oh yeah, you did see. I thought it was Airhurst. Ardenfell, Dragon's Fall. The capital of this fanghold is Lothram. Drakenkrone?
Drakewald.
Brackenwyn? What'd you say? Who?
Drakewald.
Drakewall. Dragon Forest? I mean, it could work.
Solitude.
Drakenthrone? Drakengard? Drakenwyn? Drakenthrone? I like Dragonfall because of all the whole lore, the city built on the corpse of a dragon. I think it would more so be one of the Fanghold's titles. Because each Fanghold usually has several titles associated with it, just like their wardens.
What would be a good name for like this sort of archipelago that they've got going on? What's a resource? What kind of land mass are we working with?
Well, it is in the north, and it's the closest to the terraformer that you can get in Tyros.
The what?
The closest you can get to the terraformer in Tyros. Break Arc. The pit.
I almost don't want a dragon related
Here, let me show you. Go on.
name for the country for this area, because we're gonna have so many dragon motifs already.
We do have a
You
ton
know
of dragon.
they're
motifs.
common.
Here's what the capital looks like. Lothram. As drawn by Inkley, it is built
Nice.
on the corpse of Gerasa, the Star Eater. Her spine makes up the walls, and her skull is the foundation for the High King's castle.
Ooh, this would also be where the tree would have rested then as well.
Correct.
So probably a name based off of the tree.
Off of Thorlin.
Silver shop. Argent. The Argent. Easy.
The Argent. Fanghold of the Argent.
Argent fell.
Argent fell?
Yeah.
It's kind of Cornish, but so what? I mean, Garasa deserves it.
It's also incredibly based and real.
Argentfell's not bad. Fanghold of Argentfell.
You can get rid of the T and beat Argentfell.
Argentfell?
Yeah. Is there another like tree suffix we could use?
Well, it's Thorlin, the Silver Flame, and then usually people refer to it as the Star Tree.
So star could also work.
Mhm.
What would be the star? What would be the suffix of star, chat? What would you latch onto
Brackenbark?
Argent?
I don't know if, like with Sizzle, I don't know if we want to use a, like, go heavy onto the dragon motif for Fangholds, because there's already so much dragon shit. Their fucking currency is named after, like, dragon parts. Their barons are named, like, after drakes. Their Yaldermen are named after worms. Like,
Yeah.
Starfall, Starfeld.
The Argfall.
They're clearly obsessed.
Yeah.
Like Argentfell. Argent or Ardent?
Argent is another term for silver.
The Adehurst is very close to Aridhurst, which is why I haven't used Adehurst yet. What about Starfen? Like Starwoods?
Pale could be another one.
Hail?
Pale. As in-
Argent Hail?
Yeah, that could work.
Starfen's also pretty. Fanghold of Starfen.
Hello.
Got it.
Hello.
Hello.
Come on, let's hear it.
Arden Hill has my pet. Okay, bye bye. Okay, bye bye.
Nice.
Argent Hail? That what I heard?
Yes.
Nice.
Argent Hail. Fanghold of Argentfell. So my mouth immediately autocorrects Argentfell.
No.
Fanghold of Argent Hail. Argent Hail.
You could get rid of the EN and be Arghail or Argfell.
Armin Hill.
One more time?
Armin Hill.
Armin Hail. I have an NPC named Armin.
No.
Arghail. Argfell. Argfell's not bad.
Yeah.
Argfell Arkfell is pretty good. Fanghold of Arkfell. Capital Lothram. Ruled by House Amren.
Okay, I slink back into the chat. Bye-bye.
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 Instead of Argon, just deliberately mispronounce it like Argent from Argentina. Ah. Argenhale. Argenfell. 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 Argenhale. Argenhale. Argfell. Arminham. Arminham. Wargfell. Warg's a particular type of creature.
Wogfo?
Wog? Playing the boys.
Argfort.
Argford?
Fort.
Fort. Argford. Nafel.
Argden.
Argden.
Hmm.
Fanghold of Argden.
EON. Means valley, hill, or down in Celtic. So it'd be Silver Valley. Argden.
Argden. Fanghold of Argden. The capital of Lothram. I also like Argden. Nice and simple.
Technically with an O, but E works too.
Argden.
It means E or O, you know.
Argden. Argdon. We'll do Den.
Very well.
It sounds like Silver Den,
Yeah.
which I do like. It still gives it that dragon feel.
They just can't resist.
Argentar. I like Argden. Fanghold of Argden. Ruled by House Amren, capital of Lothram. And that all feels so nice. Just feels... all feels like it's part of the same shit. I feel like a proper world builder.
Wow. You're doing it. You're building the world.
Now we need the territory for House Denathian, Faithful Bulwark.
Winfield. Smile.
Winfield?
Yep.
Ah.
Varden Starfeld. Perfect, Jory.
House Denathian. The Faithful Bulwark. No foe shall pass is their motto. Here's their coat of arms. You will notice the sort of numerous castles backdropped by the trident and pillars. While the rest of the Warden families marched south to reclaim their ancestral homes, it was House Denathian who marched north to the frozen peaks of Tyros, lighting the braziers of their rime-covered keeps. A massive fortress wall, a relic of the First Men, to protect against the forces of the Voidborn before the Shadowed Age. It is here that the noble houses stand guard, protecting Tyros not only from threats in the north, but even further beyond wilderness. House Denathian is regarded highly among all of the Warden families frequently answering calls for men and supplies to support them. They are led by Lady Sandra Donathian, the Wall of Tyros. She's a badass. All right, put it back. Doesn't really fit, but I love how the snow place in Pillars of Eternity is called the White That Wins. Huh. Wait, is that Warhammer? Good job, Bob.
Oh, Wissenberg. Yeah, it's Warhammer.
Burdentel? Actually too complicated. If I can't pronounce it, ain't no way I'm putting it in. I ain't about to look stupid.
They won't catch me ignorant. What about a good ester suffix?
One more time.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
It's simple. It's just Perdent Del.
Burdentel?
Perdent Del.
Ardent L. Eh. It feels like it pauses. Heisenberg. Oh yeah, Heisenberg. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Wow. You need a stir suffix like Gloucester,
Ooh, stir.
Leicester, Worcester. ESTER means camp in Latin.
Worcester.
Or bury, which means fortified enclosure in Old English.
Or Weister, wasn't that?
Worcester. Weister? I don't know about Worcester.
Sure. Watch your sister, Sauce.
Yeah?
Yeah. You never heard that before?
No. It sounds like some bone apple tit shit.
Correct. There's a guy I watch on YouTube who will pronounce everything else correct except for Worcestershire. Watch your sister, Sauce.
Wow.
Just sprinkle some of that in there.
Wonder where he lives.
I can tell you where he lives.
Yeah, I bet. Avelster.
One more time.
Avelster.
Avelster.
Yeah.
Fanghold of Avelster. Spell it?
Let me see. Avulester.
A-V-U-L.
Ester.
2 R's?
Just one, but I mean, you could put 2 if you really want to, make yourself feel good.
For that? Ulster?
Yeah. Or with an, I spelled it with an E after the L, but Avelster works too without the E.
It almost, with the E, it almost looks like Avalester.
Yeah.
Avelster is also. They're good. like those so far. Oh? Are they streaming right now? Ellie, you streaming right now?
Yes, she is.
My lord, you wrote the same name 3 times. Why'd she just shout me out?
I don't know.
Probably mentioned you.
What's that game? Dude, let's go see what that gamer's doing.
All right.
She's a homie. I know she's a homie. I just see it in my feed and I'm like, what? What's Stella doing? What that gamer doing right? Like how they pronounce there, and there. For real. Anster? Novelster? Lester? Novelsteer? Laying hold of Avelster. Fuck. Say it one more time. Rizzo?
Avelster?
Avelster. Laying hold of Avel.
Excuse me, let me make sure it's native. Avelstar.
What are you giggling about?
They're laughing at the fact they shouted you out during your stream.
What's happening right now?
Oh no.
The locals call it Wooster. Super off topic, but as an ESL person, super weird how wildly inconsistent the language is. What does ESL mean? Ocean.
I think Convulsion's the actual, like an actual word.
You know what? You can play that game. See?
How not?
Yeah, what's up, gamer? Yeah, go follow Stella. That's an order. English second language. Oh shit. What's your first language, Dory? Oh, Abby. Listen, I can't read too well. Illiterate stream. Fuck.
Damn, that must be rough since he's doing D&D.
Oh, fuck. I can't read shit. My
Could we
DM
make-
can't read.
Could we make Avelster? Could we give it a name based off of Skolder? What a Skildr?
Skolder?
Yes, Skjoldr. It is Old Norse for shield.
Oh. Maybe we could call it that.
Skildr.
Fanghold of Skolder.
Yeah.
All one more time.
SKJO with I don't remember what you call the two dots on the
An
top.
omelet.
An omelet. SKJO with an omelet LDR. Shut up.
That definitely feels like that's like where the blend. It feels like a blend of like where Neurosi and Tyros meet.
Yep. Welcome to the province of Shield. I mean, that is its job.
Correct. I mean, it sort of would make sense that they would name it that. Like, everything else sort of has like a name. Like Steinmore, I believe, is Lifestone, which is like where they sort of get their rocks for the roads. And Stafeld, I believe, is Stallion Field.
Yep.
Grimwald is Black Forest. Ettenmoor is Giant Swamp. So, while they are creative,
Field is furry. I mean,
while they are creative, generally their names very much just represent the region or the purpose. So, God.
looks over at Kareem.
Well, yeah. Skolder being shield would be pretty dope. All right, so we have the Fanghold of Skolder, we have the Fanghold of Wolfberg, we have the Fanghold of Argden, we have the Fanghold of Kareem, Fanghold of Steinmore, Fanghold of Eris Doom, Fanghold of Vinheim, Fanghold of Katarina, Fanghold of Hammerfall, Fanghold of Staffold, the Fanghold of Grimwald, Fanghold of Eridhurst, Fanghold of Carragazul, Fanghold of Ettenmoor, and the Fanghold of Rofield. Okay, now on to Suna. I still like a lot of Suna's names, but we'll probably end up changing a lot of stuff when we get there. Honestly, Suna is probably has more written for it than Carousel does. No, I have a favorite child. It's
What?
Tyros.
Yeah.
Tyros has always
It's
been my
me.
favorite.
I'm the favorite.
I think Carousel has some neat ideas, but Carousel almost feels like a area you would write a book about, not run a game. That makes sense. I feel like players wouldn't have a fun time under like the authoritarian control of the elves, where like their every move is criticized and magic items are ripped from their hands and cataloged and taken. We'll get to writing the book then. I love Tyranny RP. All right. We did it, man. Came back and it sounds like someone is getting shit on. Carousel. Eastern continent. That's a place where you have to set a goal and not run around doing random jobs. I agree. Hydrate very well. I think you'll enjoy Karis more when you flesh out. Probably. I mean, that's exactly what happened with Tyros, as I fell in love with Tyros even more when I started rewriting the Warden families. And rewriting all of them really made me fall in love with them again. Truthfully, I think Carousel campaign would be similar to Crit Roll Season 2. Oh. Interesting. What was it? The Dwendalian Empire and Kryn Dynasty? If that was Season 2 stuff? Matt Colville was going to be a voice in that, but they sided with a different faction.
Matt Colville was gonna be a voice in what?
Critical Role Campaign 2. He's going to be the voice of like an arbiter or something, basically like a leader of like a spy guild. But they ended up siding with the Dynasty instead. Nice. I love the idea of a Caressian Wood Elf Ranger that is more like the that is. But the Aranai elves are definitely not hippies.
No Wood Elves truly are hippies.
Ooh, that looks very good. Oh my. Oh well. Elven guerrilla fighters. Ah. Oh, they're from The Witcher. Gotcha. I think Carousel would be more political style than very mundane, with very mundane magic items. Species native to the area that are trying to put off / stop stuff that technically isn't world ending, only for there to be a hidden world ending threat sprinkled in at places. Like Warhammer Fantasy Wood Elves, they are hippies in the fact that they like nature, maybe a little. They are perfectly fine eating. I've always enjoyed like the Bosmer, stuff like that. I like Bosmer pretty. I like cannibalistic. I like that. Like, oh yeah, motherfucker, you want to piss off the forest? Here's the Green Wrath, and it's here to murder you.
Whoa.
Okay. Pretty dope. The parchment gives it that red hue. Oh, interesting. If Tyros is man against the world, Carousel is man against man. I agree. Is it wrong that I want a political campaign that runs like the old sitcom Barney Miller? Yeah, where's Adis's feral elves then? It's funny you mentioned that, ruffian. Part of the Vigar, the forces of chaos, are wood elves who are more than happy to kill civilization, to kill man.
Oh boy.
Return to nature.
Frickin'
Vigar,
elves.
the elves of the Vigar, who reside in their forest domain, will just fucking murder a commoner who travels too deep into the woods.
That's good. I'm off into the woods, everyone. See you.
Alright, goodbye.
What do we think with the filter or not? This is without the filter.
I think. Do you have a filter where it starts cool at the top and goes warm at the bottom? Because that's kind of how your colors are working out. Can you get some?
I don't. Not really. At least not on this. I'd had to have made this map difference.
I guess that means you'd have to use Photoshop.
I'll kill you.
Yeah.
This is the best you can get. Is cold and warm.
Yeah. Give me the faded filter, please.
Faded. Yeah, after Alaric's solo session, I don't think nature is very hippie in 8. Seems to lean more into the savage nature side. Yeah, a wyvern will land and just fucking murk you if given the opportunity.
Nice. Classic.
I don't like faded to me.
Catch this fade.
Parchment. God damn, it does not want the filters fucked with at all. Also, the treants and dryads are brutal. Yeah, yes they are. Very much the intent. There's
Still
an
kissable.
True. All right, well let's save and then I'll upload it to the Kinka. It'll be in the Kingdom of Tyros, which is almost finished. It feels fucking awesome to look at it.
Nice.
We made all of our own coins, like badasses. Got claws, fangs, spines, horns, scales. 100 of any coin is referred to as a horde. We got guilds. We got nobility. To be fair, nature is pretty brutal, which is refreshing. I just had always enjoyed that there are aspects of everything, or like everything is multifaceted. So nature is brutal, but there's also portions of nature which are kind, but also more than happy to throw hands. The greatest example is Olwyn, Lord Olwyn. Unicorn in charge of the Southern Domain, who protects the Deepwood. That motherfucker will be more than happy to help out good aligned folk. Bring you into his own home, treat you well, give you a place to rest, give you magic items. He also will not hesitate to put his horn through your chest if you're evil. If I may suggest something, I still felt like the churches looked at. Not gods themselves, but mortal religion and... What do you mean, Veneback? You get told to bugger off if neutral. You generally get like told, hey, the road's that way.
Smile. That's me.
You once commented about the Turtle Pope. Yes. Correct. I would like there to be a Turtle Pope in there.
I wish there to be a Turtle Pope. A Shellier, one might say.
Again, tarnished. Not heretical, just weird. What does the papacy look like? Probably good for cleric RP. Funny you mentioned that. I had been talking with him about what it would mean to be a member of the faith, and it holds great importance. Religion itself is sort of organized in so much as being a member of a church, you can be summoned by other churches to come and assist them with. Generally, if you share the same God, you might serve different saints or revere different saints, but the same God, generally, you are called upon to help others. So the leader of your church might impose upon you a task to go aid the local townsfolk, because the local town is getting ravaged by disease, and you will be sent out to go cleanse it. Reminds me of 40k's Chaos God, two-sidedness. Nurgle is a god of rot, but also of peace and oneness. Except I guess the different sides are owned by different entities. I imagine all the big priests talk amongst themselves. I would think so, yeah. I would think that you would have a leader of faith, generally the minister of faith under a Dracus, who is the head of the cathedral in the city. He oversees all of the other churches and abbeys within a county. So the minister of faith is the head of the local religion, who then talks to the heads of all of the other churches and all of the other towns, generally under the alderman. They have other people under them who do stuff locally. So the minister of faith usually doesn't belong to only one god, or they don't practice faith in only one god. They usually practice faith in multiple. So that way they sort of better understand every sort of god's tenets and faith and order and everything like that. They all talk to other local priests or fathers or what have you, other superiors, and they'll talk to the people beneath them. So the minister of faith can be like, hey, I'm going to send word to the lead priest, the high priest in Eliond, and they're going to dispatch a number of clerics to go deal with a threat along the road, that because they are the closest. So, hey, disease is ravaging the ferry. You need to send a number of priests over to the ferry to help deal with that threat.
Ooh, sorry, it's a holy week, so we have to.
Ooh, sorry.
Ooh,
Lord's
sorry.
Day.
Yeah, can't do that. We're not allowed to perform miracles on during the solstice or the week after, so.
Are there exorcist priests? Yes. Not just priests, there are night exorcists. There are paladins and fighters who go around and they fucking smite ghosts, wraiths, and stuff like that. I wonder if there are heretical interpretations too. Not the Warhammer 40k, I worship demons, but I fundamentally disagree with how we interpret the teachings heretics. Oh, interesting. You know, that was something I think that the way I had viewed heresy in this sort of style of faith was less of less of like I disagree with how this is written, and more of like I am the will of God. Going around and claiming yourself to be like the living embodiment of a saint's will or what have you, be considered heretical. Oh, you just saw that? Yeah. You should see what's right beside it, Heavy. Count Frollo. Yeah, Count Frollo. Count Frollo is a great example of what I would consider heretical in like a Tyros fic. Alright, so it's posted up in DM Showcase. Not Huntress mains. I just think Huntress is neat. I unlocked her monsoon skin last night. All right. The political map of Tyros is uploaded to the Discord. He's a gamer now? Yes, sir. Not only that, I already beat the game on Commando. So I have Commando and Huntress skins, and I've unlocked every ability for them. Next is Bandit.
Uh-oh.
Man after my own heart, go Nos. Hell yeah, Senor. All right. So next is the naming, the naming of baronies. I think we'll do that later. That's really expensive.
Oh my.
Got a lot tonight. Hey, I forgot I named it Isogar. Isogar was the capital. Holy mother of map scroll. Yeah, it's only a couple hundred maps. This is only one folder. Can I share the political map around D&D servers I'm into to get them poisoned into Aegis? Sure. Why not?
Oh, hell yeah, networking. That's free advertisement, baby.
I feel inspired and inadequate? Don't, brother. I've been using Incarnate and making maps since 2016. It only makes sense that I have hundreds of maps. Yeah, 208 for that one, 33 for that one, 35 for that one, 51 for that one, 68 for that one. Yeah, man, I've been making maps for fucking forever. No reason to feel inadequate, dog. Train Warlock win? My god. Darktide added the Vermintide potions as syringes. It's pretty neat. I haven't played Darktide.
Smile. It's had some updates.
I've heard. I've heard they're pretty good as well. You know, actually, doing all of that and like making the political map and everything like that, I feel like that's a good call for tonight. We did a lot today.
Oh. Alright. I mean, I guess you could do that.
I'm non-ironically inspired to make Train Warlock a thing. Hey, brother, if you want to make it, I'll take a look at it. I think tomorrow we might work on the sort of zoom in and get the counties made. So we already have the political map, right? We have to make the county map for the internals of Tyros. Although I think I might save that for the zoom in specific maps, like stuff like this. So this is the hex map of the Ettenmoor. Massive fucking map. I'll never do this again. I'll always break it down into pieces. This was insane and took several weeks. I think when I zoom in to like this level, that's when I'll do count. Like the county of Sunfall, county of Rosewood.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey, gamer.
Hey.
Hey man.
Caleb.
Hey man, how you doing, man?
Do you want food?
No, I'm quite
It
full.
ain't KFC, bruh.
You're not hungry?
Mm-mm.
Not
I ate,
even
like-
for chicken?
No, I ate like an hour ago. I'm still full.
Who are you? Who
I-
are
what?
you?
What do you mean?
You're not hungry?
I
Can you
ate.
share with me?
Is it streaming?
Yes.
Caleb, are you concurrently at this moment
Streaming?
live
Yes.
streaming on Twitch?
He said
Yes.
yes. You're watching his screen right there.
Again, I don't know what that is. I don't know anything about nothing. My head hurts. You're making my head hurt.
Oh my god, thank you so much.
What are you getting?
They opened a 24-hour Hardee's near us, so I was gonna get the chicken and get an apple turnover.
Oh, is that Back in the Box?
No, it's Hardee's.
Yeah, Hardee's is like
Hardee's. No.
Hardee's is Jack in the Box.
No, it's
Hands
not.
grab.
It's not. Isn't it?
No, but it does share another
Have you made
name.
a divisive
They're
statement.
talking.
Can't remember off the top
They
of my
got
head.
strawberry shakes.
I mean,
Can I get the Good Burger meal?
Oh, hello, Rosie.
Hi, everyone.
I guess I'll take a strawberry shake. I don't think I've
Do you
ever
want-
had any of their.
Do you want any food?
No, I'm. A dessert sounds great. Please and thank you.
Okay. I got it. What are they called? Star Kids? That's what they're called?
A
Star
what?
Kids. A Star Kids chicken meal.
Oh, okay.
With chicken.
Wait, that's for kids.
Yeah, and?
Do you see my stream currently?
For confirmation,
I
mean nothing
am.
by.
We finished the political map for Tyros.
How you gonna get all aggressive?
I like everything except the Atmore.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Where the game is set? That's the one you
No,
don't like?
he's talking about the political map.
What don't you
Oh.
like about the Edamore?
I don't like its shape. The political line.
It looks like a genie coming out of a lamp.
I don't. Wah.
Yeah.
I would like it more if there wasn't that straight weird line at the top. The rest of it's very organic. It just sticks out to me.
Huh.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Like that weird.
Like every other territory kind of has straight lines, except the Ettenmore, who has some weird like lasso on Rowfield.
Blame the lion, people.
How dare
That
you?
makes sense. But everything, it looks great. What's the scary gray zone at the bottom?
Bro, that's
That
not
is the
territories
desert,
that Tyros controls.
Hmm.
So that's like
That's why they're scary.
that's Suna and portions of Carousel.
Oh, neat.
Man, the other more fucking got a shit ton. Got a lot of space.
The Edamore has always had this much.
I would say maybe make make the curved line that you have going through the Grimald and Rowfield like straight lines to match the rest, like the look of the rest of the map. Maybe I'm even like jagged instead of round. It's just a visual thing. I think it will look better because all the other lines that you use to define borders are straight or like jagged with straight lines or straighter.
Could also give all that land back to Rowfield.
Rowfield got a bunch of land.
I support this
Just the other
idea.
side of the river.
Rowfield got a ton of land in the south.
Bandits.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Edmore.
maybe the Edmore should give back the land they took. You know.
They didn't take any land from you.
The war doesn't
I mean,
exist
not-
in this world. I
Not
mean,
this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dog. In the revamped version, Rowfield and or Blackmane and Ricewind are not fighting.
Are they best buddies?
They were homies.
Oh.
But I assumed you wanted to keep the Valagar and Driascar beef.
I mean, is he alive or dead still?
Currently, I have him alive but exiled.
Ah, as originally intended. I like this.
And as a result, the House of Ricewind, who likes Driascar because he was a road warden, is a little upset at Valagar. Also because Valagar hasn't appointed a new road warden yet.
What's that mean?
Road wardens are especially for fangholds, which are what territories are. Road wardens patrol the roads. They keep them safe from the Vigar or forces of chaos. So, for example, the High Lord of House of Ricewind patrols all of the Ettenmore. He basically goes through every season and travels along every road to every major keep and settlement, and basically deals with all of their threats. That is what Driascar did for Rowfield.
Okay.
And
Fair,
him
fair.
and the leader of House Ricewind are homies over it because they're the few wardens who still practice it. Usually a warden will appoint a champion to be their road warden.
Okay. All right. I mean, that sounds interesting. I mean, like, it's like, yo, bro, your brother just he exiled you. He doesn't appreciate you. Meanwhile, yeah, I know, right? I was just simply trying to usurp the throne and force vigilante justice on a wide scale. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Okay.
whatever you say.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, okay.
That sounds fake.
This sounds fake. Okay. Literally history revisionism going on as we speak.
oh, you
I mean, I
know
like
it.
it though. I like it though. I think it's interesting.
What manner of kangaroo courts at those borders?
That means I can fucking, when I play Blake, I can beat up my uncle with my own 2 hands.
I did it my way.
He's honestly, Driaskar's probably in the Ettenmore.
He's hanging out in the more. He's like, they don't appreciate me.
He's probably vibing with House Ricewind because he may have been exiled from Rowfield, but he's still a warden. So they basically took him in.
That's fair. They pulled a Rowfield and we're like, yo, dude, we'll take you in.
You're a homie. We like you.
We like you. Yo, your brother's an asshole. Don't you want to be in charge?
Come on.
He wasn't able to catch the guy that killed your wife. Meanwhile, he escaped to the Edmore, but no, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It was his fault.
There's a bigger emphasis put on sort of effect and the sort of unity of Tyros. So like life is worth a lot more. Or life is valued a lot more in Tyros. Like bandits, for example. Wait, so Driaskar is going to be walking around now and he won't get to be my dad? He will be your dad. He'll be alive. He'll be alive to be your dad in the Ettenmore.
Yes. You'll be his third child.
I put a really big emphasis as well on warden families sort of sending their children to other Fanghold.
Okay. Give me the lore.
Prince and princesses, children of a warden family, is her your highness. Heirs to their family and trained from birth to uphold the values and traditions of Tyros. As a distinctive practice, it is customary for a youthful prince or princess to embark on a journey to another Fanghold. During this sojourn, they immerse themselves in the unique culture and ethos of a different warden family, living under their benevolent guidance as if they were one of their own. This intentional intermingling of bloodlines not only forces personal growth, but also serves to fortify the intricate network of relationships between the noble houses of Tyros.
Ooh.
So Blake, at some point in his youth, served as a page or steward, or page or squire to another warden.
Could be House Draco. They don't exist anymore? No, you can't. Man, dude, that's rough. Oh, that's rough.
House Draco is a former warden family that
man,
no longer exists because their heir, all of their children are gone. They have no heirs.
Bro, please tell me
you a hidden heir to the Draco family.
DM, please tell me you didn't do our boy Tarth 30 at least.
Well, it's the same situation that Blake is in, where Tarth is gone. They didn't get deleted. They don't. There's nothing left of their family anymore. House Draco doesn't have any heirs left. With the death of Tarth, they sort of SOL.
Skill issue.
I mean, fine. It's just, I get it. They're gone now. Their heir's gone. All that. I'm strictly speaking from a standpoint of a player of but you didn't get rid of the boy though, right?
No, Tarth is still there.
Okay,
the
good.
reason House Draco isn't on the list anymore, which it would have been something recent, is because Tarth is gone.
Okay. I'm just. I miss that guy. I miss him.
Alaric stalks the Eta realm no more. Who will be Driaskar's not son? Great question. Probably some other skinny half elf.
DM, does this mean I have? This means I have to fucking write up his kids, don't I?
Driaskar?
Yeah, Driaskar has 2 kids.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Did you call my character skinny? Yeah. Alaric Twig.
Tiny, small. In this timeline, he baby.
It's true. It's true.
He baby.
Speaking of Alaric, here is the Fanghold of Kareem, ruled by House Cruvane.
Cruvane.
Here is the heraldry or the coat of arms. House Cruvane, ever vigilant.
Weird catch by auto mod.
I know.
there.
I'm like, what the fuck? It didn't catch legions at all, but caught ruffians for some reason. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, Gallard, you don't say that to an artist.
You don't have to worry, Twink Alec isn't real, meanwhile, in the other timeline. This is the timeline. I'm like, all right, Blake, I'm investing 20 intelligence into him. He's a rage mage.
This timeline also saw the expansion of the Dressaran Empire, influence on Tyros as a whole.
That's the Goblin Empire, right?
Yes, also known as the Lendavi. They are Alexander the Great and
Yo, dude.
grass-fed, Tarosi-born, eats his food with cutlery. Alaric. So, Blake, probably in his youth, Blake Blackmane, probably aged House Ricewind or House Halmir, because they are. Or you could be a little quirky and go have your dad try to make some connections further away. So you can go serve as a page to House Kessig, House Denathian, House Valdur.
I feel like they'd encourage Blake to really try to experience a different way of life. In like because he's used to what they do in Rollfield. I think it'd be interesting if he all right, I guess I wouldn't say whatever the opposite of Rollfield is, but what is different from Rollfield enough that it would be a totally different experience?
Probably House Denathian.
Tell me about him.
House Donathian are north. Read you their little. House Donathian, the faithful Borg. No foe shall pass. While the rest of the Warden families march south to reclaim their ancestral homes, House Donathian who march north to the frozen peaks of Tyros, lighting the braziers of their rime-covered keeps. A massive fortress wall, a relic of the First Myth, protect against the forces of the Voidborn before the Shadow Days. It is here that the noble houses stand guard, protecting Tyros not only from threats in the north, but even further beyond in the wilderness. House Donathian is regarded highly by all of the Warden families, frequently answering call for men and supplies. They are led by Lady Sandra Donathian, Wall of Tea.
Okay. So what I'm getting is like they're the ones they're giving it. They're all holding back like forces beyond comprehension and shit like that.
Not forces beyond comprehension.
That's what it sounds like.
They're stopping the Neurosi from trading, basically.
Yeah, forces beyond our comprehension. The Vikings.
They basically guard this sort of inlet here that connects the wilderness to Tyros. They also guard the waters around Tyros, around this sort of neck here, to keep the raiders from getting south.
You say raiders?
Yeah.
Destroy them.
Raider.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. He'd be down for protecting people. Yeah. Let's do it. He'd be down for it. Yeah. You know, I mean,
Actually,
raiders are bad.
You know, it would be fucking hilarious. What's so different from Rofield culture would be one of the dwarf clan.
Oh yeah, cause like, I feel like we're like, all right, we don't give a shit. You're a prince, you fucking soft boy. You gotta start thinking like a fucking dwarf.
Yeah, it would either be House Lockgrim, which is House Lockgrim, the Mountain Lords, the strongest stone. They rule the Fanghold of Kara's Doom. Or it'd be House Runar, the Primeval Smiths. We remember, and they lead Azagazul, which is their.
Ooh.
Deep within Kara's Doom, the centerpiece of the spine, the surviving dwarves toiled tirelessly to rebuild all that had been lost in the Shattering. Rebuilding their ancient forges from the Elder Years and mining the earth, House Lockgrim who brought metallurgy to the Umgi of Tyros, finding within them staunch allies against the demonic forces of the world. This day, the allegiance between dwarves and man is unshakable, especially between House Lockgrim and House Amren. House Amren is the House of the High King. So, they'd be like, hey, you're a homie. We're homies. We're going to teach you what's up.
Teach me what's up.
House of Runar, the Primeval Smiths, we remember. Actually, House of Lockgrim House Lockgrim is led by Thane Kagror Stormson, Clan Lockgrim, Giant's Bane of Kara's-Doom. Then you have House Runar, the Primeval Smith, we remember. Descendants of the greatest rune lord who's ever lived, House Runar takes pride in their legacy as runesmith. Fruits of their labor manifest in the numerous rune weapons and armors that have found homes within the arsenals of fellow houses. Even working with House Lockgrim to craft the legendary rune fangs, which bestowed upon the valiant families that stood side by side with the dwarven houses, the arduous endeavor to reclaim their ancestral mountains from the forces of the abyss. As custodians of both tradition and innovation, House Runar stands at the forefront of dwarven craft. Led by Thane Ulden Emberfist, Clan Runar, shaper of the current and WBing of Karagazul. Groby, the dwarven word for goblin.
Oh yeah?
So he is known as Goblin's Bane.
Oh well. So
here is their coat of arms.
I'm expecting like I'm like switching over screens. I'm expecting to see just like a fucking goblin on a pike.
No. But
Okay, that's
given
cool.
his sorceress ability, these would probably be the people who would help him understand it. His connection to the current.
I mean, sounds pretty cool. Sounds pretty cool. I do like the idea of like Blake, like the way the way of life he's taught, like Leonin, and then just like experiencing the way of dwarven life, and it's just being like it's just a total like cultural shell shock to him. And like the idea of it just like, oh, and they're like, all right, yeah, we'll teach you about us, hope you're ready.
Who are the Voidborn? Not who are they, but who is he? Melurmanir, Voidborn, the antithesis of the Allfather. He is the being who brought the effigy of the great worms to the Allfather in a moment of compassion, empathy. He betrayed the Allfather's trust, used his great worms to steal the Allfather's heart, ripping it from his chest, retreating to the sea. He is responsible for the first war, first bloodshed. You know, Bahamut is in your setting, but is Tiamat in your setting?
Yes.
Yo, you put my cat in your setting?
Tiamat and Bahamut are eggs, part of the world serpent's clutch. And the Allfather breathed life and cleansed one of the great worm eggs and birthed Bahamut, the Platinum Father. Another egg hatched at the same time, Tiamat. It's not silence in our blood, it's silver in our blood. It's referencing Thorlin, Silver Flame. Lord Lothar Aemrin, riding upon the back of Hraesvalgr, fought alongside Bahamut to battle Garasa the Star Eater.
Oh, the fucking Star Eater.
Yes.
Okay.
Garasa coiled herself around Thorlin. Bahamut was forced to destroy them both. What's the difference between Tiamat and the Star Eater? The Star Eater is also a child of the world serpent. It is a great worm. Let me read it to you, because it's also on my Kanka. I'll even show you the design or the symbol of the Star Eater. Here is the design of the Star Eater, or their symbol, so to speak. Garasa is an ancient and venerable creature. Among the first brood of the world serpent, this frightening creature is a nightmare made man. Manipulator of acid and shadows, a monster who has haunted mortal minds ever since the dragon's wings first engulfed the light of Thorlin. Also known as the Star Eater in the Silent Decay, Garasa features heavily in the oral traditions of draconic ancestry. Despite their death at the claws of the Platinum Father, many believe that the Star Eater will return one day to plunge the world to eternal shadow. Terrible inky black scales absorbed the presence of light wherever this gargantuan entity went, leaving in its wake only clawing darkness eager to snuff out life of the living who dared to survive. No images of the Star Eater ever survived the Age of Light. The many scholars and dragons who were present for their death describe them as a true living nightmare. Their body coiled around the trunk of Thorlin, claws sunk deep into its wood. The very tree's blood flooded the lands below. Their alignment
Is evil.
Oh yeah.
Their association is acid, death, decay, plague, and shadows, and they are worshipped by the cult of the dragon, necromancers, and evil dragons. But you don't gotta worry about that.
Individual.
Well, you don't gotta worry about that because Bahamut fucking smited their ass,
Hell yeah,
blew
brother.
them up.
Yeah. Got him.
But what about evil dragon necromancers? You mean Dracoliches? They also worship Garasa. Does Bahamut have 7 wings like Final Fantasy? Maybe. They sort of pick their own appearance. So they show up in a number of designs.
Sometimes I like walking around with 7 canaries, like you do.
Yeah, 7 canaries, bro. Some birds I just found on the ground. Just picked them up.
I don't trust a dragon.
I don't trust them. Not in the slightest.
I trust them. I think they're pretty neat. What did I write? It was House Amrin who made the alliance with the first dragons. House Amrin, the line of king, silver in our blood. This legendary family is regarded as the first true dragon knight, having made an ancestral deal with the dragons of the land during the Shadowed Age. This family, which united the warden families of Tyros under the light of Thorlin, making their final stand against the invading demonic forces of the Abyss. Their first king, Lord Lothar Amrin, son of Lothran, is recorded of having rode upon the back of an ancient platinum dragon named Hraesvalgr, one of the Platinum Father's children, who assisted mankind before the arrival of Bahamut. Soon you guys will be able to read about all of this. Finish up the final entries on the Kanka for the Kingdom of Tyros.
Hell yeah, brother.
Motherfucker actually just took Hraesvalgr.
Yeah, dog. There ain't no way I'm not taking Hraesvalgr.
Ain't no way. My man actually said ain't no way.
Beast.
The Tyros section on Kanka is huge. You might be looking at the continent. This is a bullet. Okay. Yeah, you might be looking at the locations, like the continent. I want you to know what I'm gonna post is way bigger.
It's so big. Gentlemen, I go to bed.
Oh.
Alright.
No.
I refuse.
I gotta go to the office tomorrow. I gotta. I gotta.
What if I said please?
Because I gotta go to the office tomorrow. Maybe I gotta drive. Vroom, vroom.
No.
And I don't want to die on the road, so I bet I gotta go to
Sorry.
bed.
Can't.
And in fact, you can read the Kingdom of Tyros already? I think it was visible.
You weren't supposed to have access.
You weren't supposed to see that.
Hey, you're not supposed to be here.
Ah, that's okay. Well, that's weird.
Give it all back.
Surprise.
Pull out the neuralizer.
Oh, all right. Well, enjoy reading it then. It's not finished. We even changed the name of
Woody.
Money. Money has name now.
Tell me.
Copper pieces are referred to claws. Silver is fang. Electrum is spine. Gold is horns. Platinum is scales. If you have 100 of any coin, it's referred to as a hoard. So
I'm
common.
starting to pick up a dragon theme to this.
What? No. So, for example, the Raven Guard would get a contract where somebody is going to pay you 3 hordes of fangs for a job, which is
Yeah, you know what?
300 silver pieces.
I can also have also make up just obscure fucking words and pretend
Hey,
it's money.
idiot!
Okay.
You came up with these.
You know, I'll pay you in a murder of talents
A murder of talent.
since I'm Raven Guard. There you go.
Don't listen to this fucking contrarian. This motherfucker was here making them with me.
Yeah.
That's fair. I mean,
Yeah,
alright.
have a flock of feathers. Enjoy. That
So
should cover it, boss.
they're referred to that as like in Tyros, or is that like a carousel thing
Tyros.
too? All right.
They mint their own. They mint their own coins.
Okay. So if they're referred to that, like that's what they are culturally, is like copper, gold, platinum. Is that like just like the quote unquote the trader language for them, or
There
does
are
that not
people-
exist as a concept?
There are people who still call them copper and silver, have you?
Okay.
Usually, you're gonna run into people who are gonna call them fang claws.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 30 claws within. Shit.
Gotcha.
You can generally tell some people who aren't from Tyros because they'll refer to them by their more colloquial name, as like silver, copper, gold.
Okay.
You'll also find old Drisharan coins, or coins from the Drisharan Empire, and they're minted with the appearance of Aurelia. Aros's. Those are old coins.
Goblin Queen, understood.
Nope, human.
What the fuck? What is this?
Queen Morelia married Drosharos the First, Aros of Arias, as a unifying of the clans of man. Davi came from. He died on wedding day because the clans of man from the mountains attacked Arias with some Rendavi, almost destroyed budding kingdom.
Dabs.
I can't believe this.
Queen Morelia, though, badass. She was known as the Wilds in the Mountain Walker.
Oh yeah.
The reason they got married because King Drosharos realized that it was easier to make a political, like a sort of political union, than it was to fight her.
Oh.
He wanted to get stepped on. He was a subby wubby.
He said, "Damn, show me your workout routine." Holy shit.
The Drosharos Empire was founded. The Empire was fully founded in 529 of the Shadow Age. Ended in 1031. Lasted for over 500. Conquered all of Tyros.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yo, sick.
I gotta ask DM, are the sectales still a thing, or?
Hey, dog.
Okay, cool.
They're
I'd
right
be
down
sad
here.
if you said they
They
weren't.
get a big
Awesome.
ass island. Of the
Oh
Night Fen
hell
Mire.
yeah, hell yeah, brother.
Full of
Imagine,
dinos and giant bugs.
yeah, imagine Jurassic Park mixed with Turok, and that's
Yo, I
the
love
Night Fen
Turok.
Mire. So here's
Yo.
another thing, because you're coming back and you haven't been around for a lot of the world building. I'm going back to my original concept because I've really enjoyed making the world my own. As if it's not apparent in me changing the fucking name of everything in the last 5 seconds.
Yes.
5 seconds.
The
I'll make a
concept is a sort of precursor society that existed well before any modern time. Technologically advanced, starfaring people, what have you. Enough so technologically advanced that they could terraform their own planet to make it. As a result, they traveled the stars and found entity. Something. They brought it back. Upon bringing it back, the entity, which had been asleep, woke up. It is
First Elder Brain.
Oh no.
It, realizing just how useful this new civilization is, started to fuck around and started to act its will. It violently transformed one of the cursors, first Illithid, a hybrid of the Elder Brain and precursors, and it was capable of not only using the psionic powers, but also able to use the technology of the precursors. And it ran. It ran. It started breaking a lot of things on its way out. Elder Brain got free. And it started forming a lot of the It, along with its Illithids, basically wiped out the Elder Brain didn't make tadpoles like a normal Elder. The Elder Brain made other Elder Brain.
Oh, it's like the mother brain.
Correct. As it made more Elder Brain, expanded its hive mind, consuming everything. The precursors were forced to act. They could not defeat, but they could seal it away. Bind it in fetters of technological strength to keep it bound and locked away. However, the damage had been too much. It was basically the last vestiges of society that sealed the Elder Brain. With the help of the other Elder Brain, because the other Elder Brains were a little hungry. With basically the rest of civilization conquered, the Elder Brains didn't have anything to eat. Started turning on themselves. Started eating one another. And then they turned the true Elder Brain, progenitor brain. Started fighting it. And when they did that, the remnants of society were able to seal away the progenitor brain, locking it within technological fetters and shunting it into space. They'll never be able to get rid of it, but it's bound, locked, bind, key. Eventually, the remnants of civilization would die off. The damage too far done. And eventually, the world would go into a sort of stillness. One of them, who survived, found how to use the technology in that sort of lapse of time. This individual would go on to designate themselves the Allfather.
Oh, okay.
With their new designation and an understanding of all the technology left behind, the Allfather began to create, as was their original plan, create and build, create technological wonders. What other great technological wonder is there? Creating life. He did. He made man, elf. And then obviously the rest of Aegis's history goes about. The elder years, the years of the choir, the presence of Maelormanir, the Voidborn, and the sort of first wars and everything. And, of course, the rise of the Wizard King. Battle. Ooh. The Wizard Kings marching against that of the Eranar, the Allfather, and the Allfather smiting the world. Doing so, shattering, breaking the continent, and activating a bunch of the technology left behind as a result. The world has numerous terraformers that were inert. Nobody knew how to work them. But they activated. A lot of them still running to this day. So, for example, there's a terraformer, numerous terraformers in the north, which create hoarfrost or permafrost, basically. That is why it's in perpetual winter, because of the terraformer running. Terraformers in the south spit out smog, blackened sand. That is why the south, or the wasteland, black waste, are as inhospitable as they are, is because the terraformer spewing out that toxin. Tyros found out that with the destruction of Thorolin, something happened. People don't know what, but when Thorolin was destroyed, the terraformer underneath Thorolin activated. Tyros is the only continent on Aedes that experiences year-long seasons. So, you would get, let's say, 2 years of spring, 4 years of summer, 3 years of fall, and a year of winter. Next, it's 1 year of spring, 2 years of summer, 5 years of fall, 10 years of everybody in the setting, Blake included, possesses something called a genetic memory. You, being a prince, don't know jack diddly squat about the technology that exists.
Hey.
But if you, Blake, found a monolith out in the woods, something in the back of your mind would tell you how to interface with it, how to turn it on. You don't know why. How? You don't know what any of the glyphs mean on its surface, but you know that if you turn this on, it's going to help something in the region.
Okay. So, like, some Assassin's Creed shit.
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
The example I use all the time is, let's say you are a pig farmer, commoner. You have never left town. You haven't even gone beyond your border at all. All you know is pig farming. You don't even know how to read. You decide to travel in to the deep woods. You find monolith. Without knowing anything about it, upon looking at it, something deep within your psyche tells you how to work it, how to turn it on.
Does that thing in, like, their psyche, does it tell them what it does, or they just know how to instinctually just activate it?
Something instinctual. Another example. Let's say Blake, traveling through Rowfield, finds a metal plate on the ground. It's sleek, black, and has geometric designs along the back. You don't know what it is, but when you pick it up, you can infer, for some reason, that if you tapped the glass panel on the front, it would turn on. And if you tapped it again, it would connect to another plate identical to this one. Phone.
Okay. Is this like genetic memory thing a documented thing, or is it just something so obscure that like it's almost never heard of?
It's it's documented, but they don't know what the tech does, or how to make more of it, or how to decipher the glyphs. They just know that, let's say, a mage who has been gathering these artifacts knows that if they go to a town, that they can hand out this object to anybody, even a child, and the child will know how to use it. The greatest example are the trains.
The train, you say?
Yes. All throughout Tyros are interconnected tunnels. Some of them lead to settlements, which is a result of people finding these tunnels and building on top of them. There are trains that ride along tracks deep beneath the earth in well-maintained tunnels. You can get onto a train. You know how it works. You know it's going to take, and cross vast distances. You also know that the train communicates to some degree. Sometimes it's more obvious. The train's voice speaks to you, tell you things. You know that if you touch a panel wall and tap a button, the train will bring you food.
That's it. I'm playing a druid that thinks that these trains are living beings.
They are.
Oh?
The trains possess the consciousness of precursors.
No.
All technology, to some degree, possesses a living soul.
Okay, I got a question then.
Yeah.
Is that how magic items are gonna work?
No. Magic is an actual thing. The primeval current is real.
See, because I thought you were about to tell me, yeah, Blake, Arabella was a fucking AI that lives in your brain.
No. Arabella was an actual person whose soul was touched by the current. She became an ego weapon.
Understood.
But let's say Blake finds Hardlight Halberd, a projected hexagon-bladed weapon. He knows how to turn it on. He knows that if he swings it hard enough, it projects a light out to a range of 60 feet. And inside is a voice. Talks to him.
And it says, I have to go to bed. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Yes, I can. I will. Goodbye. Yep.
They are more
Say it.
simple. They
Say
are they're more akin to ego weapons from RimWorld.
Okay.
They impart emotions upon you. This
Very well.
weapon, Glory Seek. This weapon is bloodthirsty.
Okay.
This weapon has arthritis.
Oh,
Maybe.
oh god, it hurts.
It's your cursed weapon. Happy birthday.
It imparts arthritis. I have arthritis. You're like what? You're like what? 21? Yeah.
Oh, Legion is right. There is no, despite people in the past having attempted to control the train, nobody can. As a result, the train is public transportation for free.
Yo, that's sick.
You can be anybody from anywhere and ride on it and go anywhere that it'll take you.
So it's like a global system of like deep underground trains.
Well, it is. However,
comma,
there are tunnels that are closed, either by the system or by design, that
Or by druids.
keep the tunnels only within Tyros. Carousel has its own tunnels. Suna has its own tunnels. Something keeps them from being interconnected. You could, at some point in the past, ride a train from the Etenmore to the capital of Empire in the east. But not anymore. Within Tyros.
I guess since it's public transportation, I'm assuming that really, in terms of like geopolitical stuff, that really brings a whole different sense to like what does it call it? Like kind of like a globalism sort of effect to like the different continents, because like you could get to like you could just easily access these other places. So I really feel like that would just increase the sense of unity amongst the
Correct.
continent.
Now you're getting it. Tyros is very united now. There is a bigger emphasis put on unity, respect of life, and respect for peers. There isn't as much disparaging, if any, of the common folk between the dragon-marked nobility. Anybody, any lifestyle, can achieve something heroic and become a noble. Becoming a dragon-marked noble is generally done through acts of heroism or bravery.
Okay. All right.
However,
yeah.
there is a bigger emphasis put on the nation. Tyros has much more feel of nationalism.
What? Okay, I see where this is going.
Mostly because of how polarizing the East. The East is very religious and very authoritative.
Oh, I see where this is going.
The East, let's say Blake traveled to the East, his halberd and all of his magical gear. What's going to happen is that you are going to be stopped, your items are going to be documented and cataloged, and they are going to be taken from you. You get them back when you leave.
I see.
Heroes forever!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's starting to... I'm just saying, it's starting to sound a little red over in Carousel. That's all I'm saying.
They worship the Mother of Elves, which in turn also worships Allfather. But they believe that if you are not an OG Aranar, you are an Ascended or a Chosen or what have you, they don't believe you're a real god and are not worthy of the title of Aranar. Thus, your worship is banned. People like Seren, Shilier, not allowed.
What? Burn them!
They'll burn you if you're found practicing that religion.
I'll burn them first.
Unlike Tyros, Tyros is polytheistic. There is the worship of every god, every Aaron, and their saints are revered.
Sounds like a lot of religious persecution over in Carousel.
Correct. Despite his attempts to bring polytheism to the east, Othramir Aldeos has a war going on. He is fighting his own people in an attempt to make Caruso more like the Caruso he envisions. There are talks. With the death of Alexandra Amarin, the last High Queen of Tyros, and her brother, Ashton, who now is the High King, there are talks between House Amarin and House Aldeos East. Talks of peace. Lions.
Oh yeah?
Uh-oh.
Yo, that's great. One problem. They sound they have a lack of a lot of personal freedoms over there. Puts on sunglasses, and I don't fuck with that. I
Well-
think it's time to spread a little democracy over in the East.
You would be in line with the High King. The High King agrees.
There is a lot of persecution going on. In fact, so much so that a lot of traders from the West won't go east. They won't peddle their wares. They're willing to go to Yatagara, Stormforge Sanctum, which is ravaged by storms every year. They'd rather go there.
Oh my
than
god.
the east.
It's not real,
Technomancy
it's
is
not
not a
real.
thing.
It's not real.
Sorry, Cater. People can use the tech. They're not masters of it. Tyros, however, is dealing with its own problems. After the end of the Shadowed Age, or the Age of Woe, and every Warden family marched south to reclaim their ancestral, their fangholds, there is still the battle against Order, is the Vigar chaos. The Etenmore may control or say it controls this land, but in truth, it only controls the shores. The deeper wilderness controlled by chaos. More and more people are trying to push further inland, to claim their homes, and they are met with storm resistance. Crowfield. Crowfield may say it
Okay.
controls this land. Most of its cities and towns are along the coast. Rarely will you see people going to the mountains. Mountains. Chaos. So while King Ashton is negotiating peace east, a lot of people are upset because Alexandra Amrin, staunch supporter of Tyros' expansion inward, focus on unifying them. Ashton's
Okay.
there's also a bigger emphasis put on life.
Yeah, yeah. I get it. I get it.
Like, for example, let's say a lumberjack, member of the Forester Guild, runs into a problem where it's a 10-year-long summer. Nobody's buying firewood. He's buying. As a result, they're able to make family are starving. He, along with some of his compatriots, don some masks and attack a merchant caravan on the road. They don't harm anybody, but they hold them at axe point and take their money and their goods. They come back home, afford their food, and pay their taxes because they're good kings. But the local constable or magistrate or whoever sees it as odd.
We know that you can't afford it. You haven't been selling your wares. We know that. Everybody in town is suffering. How are you able to afford what others can't? Investigate. Held. And they find you, your crew, robbed a merchant. You are brought before a jury of your people. The trial is constable proceeding with a magister or lawyer. Defense. You are found guilty. You are taken to a prison such as Keep. But unlike before, where Haynes Keep was max security Guantanamo, what happens now is they find that you are a craftsman, tradesman, or perhaps you possess no trade at all. A prison is meant to rehabilitate you, to make you a part of society again. They'll teach you new trades so you can earn money for your family. You will pay back your debt, generally to the person whom you wronged. Half of the money you earn will be sent to them, the other half sent to your family, so they can survive while you're there. Once your time is served, or your debt is paid, you are freed. As well, let's say the merchant doesn't press charges at all. They in fact decide to drop the charges. Nothing happens to you. You go back to your family. Let's say you're a murderer.
Oh.
Let's say you murder someone.
Ooh.
A local magister will still be summoned for your trial, but their intent isn't to get you off. Their intent is to find a way to rehabilitate you. Constable's intent, proceeding over the trial, is to get retribution. If you murder somebody, you get the death penalty. The magister's intent is to get you depending on the severity of your crime, you may not even get a magister at all. You may just go to the gallows.
Oh shit, oh fuck. So
bandits are considered crestfallen men, men who have fallen out of favor or have lost their spirit. They won't kill you, but they will knock you out and take your things. They're not going to kill you because they value your life. But they need to eat.
Okay.
Now, let's say you're a Morling.
Oh boy.
Let's say
we love those.
You're a child of the Ruiner. And you wander on into town. And you kill a farmer. You don't get a trial. You don't get any sort of regard as a being. You get an axe with a knack several times until you stop moving.
Oh Jesus. Oh God.
There is much more emphasis put on the forces of order versus chaos. You are a law-abiding citizen, believes in sort of fundamental sort of morale and ethics of Tyros. You are on the side of order. You wish to see the wilderness reclaim the road, to wipe towns off of the map, see people starve and suffer. You are on the side of chaos.
Huh. Very. So is it always that black and white, or is there gray to this, or is
Of
it
course
in...
there's gray.
Okay.
Of course
So,
there-
well, okay. Well, in Tyros, here's a question: in Tyros, culturally, do they see it as black and white, or do they see the gray in it?
They can perceive those shades of gray.
Okay.
There are Morling tribes who have broken away from Morin, who are a part of civilization. There are Rendavi, who become Lendavi, which are the lawful goblins. Purely by just by adopting new traditions or believing in order, they change their entire life. So, somebody like Bruna, who saw a goblin and was ready to kill them, is pretty much commonplace until Froll started speaking. Realized that Froll was a person, and then stayed her hand.
Yeah.
That is what you can expect.
Okay.
Who I cannot say goal, mostly because I do not know. But like I told my players, you guys will know when I know. What would the punishment be for a coward or deserter? Well, usually there's like that sort of public, that sort of shame that comes with that, especially because of how unified Tyros is, in so much as like a road warden can come into town, doesn't need to conscript anybody, can literally ask, who wants to join me in this battle to kill the Rendavi tribes that are raiding the road? And you have a bunch of able-bodied people that throw their hand up. Let me grab my sword and shield, baby. Let's go kill some fucking goblins. Roll on out. I would say if you deserted, but you volunteered, I don't think there would be any punishment. I think it would be like a recognition of you realized your mortality in that moment and ran. Obviously, you're not a hero. You're not a great warrior or champion. So it's not as if you. It would be different if you were like a knight. If you were a knight and deserted your people, you would be stripped of all of your titles, all of your achievements. Heaven forbid you were a road warden. You'd be stripped of your ability. You'd be made a commoner again. You would probably bear a mark of shame. Which is probably where we'd get that purifying the armor motif of like dragoons. So a road warden who was a deserter, who betrayed their oath, would probably be forced to don that corrupted armor to cleanse it through their actions. Become a dragoon.
All right. So now, while overall in Tyros is a kind of like a wider change in culture and how they view things, is there still those? I'm imagining there's still those like within the specific regions their own nuances and like rules and laws and cultural stuff specific to them, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, each Fanghold has its own ways that you can become part of the Dragon Mark nobility. They have their own customs, their own traditions, their own holidays. How would someone join the Dragoons if you aren't a deserter? Oh, it's any number of sort of like dishonorable act, really. Like let's say you killed you killed somebody. And they didn't have a weapon. Like they were another knight and they didn't have a weapon in their hand and you killed them. that could be considered incredibly dishonorable. Or, I guess you could also just ask to join the Dragoons. It feels like Tyros is similar to the Turian Empire from ME, holding honor above all. Even outlaws would tell the truth and hold to honor even above their own land. Yeah, like a bandit isn't gonna kill you. They're gonna take your things to your face. And they might rough you up or knock you unconscious, but they're not gonna kill you. Even if they knock you unconscious, they're gonna put you somewhere safe when you wake up. Like imagine Blake gets robbed on the road. Wouldn't happen because he's fucking level 11, but let's say it happens. He gets his fucking ass jumped. He wakes up and he's like in a little barrow, basically like a little hole that they dug for him. And they covered it with like leaves and stuff to keep him so like that way basically roaming monsters wouldn't find him unconscious on the side of the road. He doesn't have his armor, he doesn't have a sword. But he's still alive with like a bruise on the side of his head.
What I'm getting is like there is a lot of regard for the life of your fellow countrymen, even if you have to fucking steal from them.
Yes.
Okay.
Like they're not going to rob you of everything. Like they're gonna like if they take like let's say they took your armor, they're gonna leave you with your weapon. Let's say they took your weapon, they're gonna leave you with your armor.
Okay.
Let's say they're really down bad. They take your armor and your weapons. They're gonna leave you with your money or give you some money.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Man.
You might even like wake up at like the border of a town type deal. Like they basically carried you to the closest town.
Like this is really just starting to sound like you injected a lot of Canada into this. Hey, you hater! Like we stole your stuff, but we left you some some cab fare. Also, we gave you a jacket. It's cold out there. That's great. Yeah. I love that.
Become a Dragoon is an honor. I imagine there's two types of Dragoons. One who does it out of penance and one who does it as a means to test improvement. 100%. 100% are there people who are like, I'm built different. And they go and try to become a Dragoon. Do the Dragoons get the high jump and dive attacks? Yeah, probably. The Dragoons you guys are talking about a Final Fantasy thing? Yes. But also Dragoon is an old military title. It's a form of cavalry in the British Army, I believe. I'm obviously referencing the Final Fantasy 14 version.
Hell yeah, brother.
Armor, which is powered by dragon blood.
I mean, let's be honest, Dragoons are cool. Even my friend, because like they're working on like their setting to run a game for me and some of my other friends, and they're like, oh yeah, also Dragoons are a thing in my setting. I'm like, hell yeah, Dragoons are cool. Who doesn't like Dragoons?
They're fucking awesome.
I'm like, can I be one? He's like, yeah, you certainly can. Yeah. I'm like, hell yeah. I'm not gonna be one, but like, I just like knowing that the option's there.
Hey, you're finally awake. Yeah. Now there are some bandits. Let's say they're desperate. They're down bad. They really need some money and food. They might hold you ransom. Ransom is really big, heroes. Let's say Blake and all of his companions are fighting some bandits.
Oh yeah?
And the bandits knock 2 of your guys out. They knock out Talanos. They knock out Evelyn.
Oh no.
They are gonna take them and be like, hey, we got 2 of your guys. stop fighting us. Want them back. Give us 10 hordes of fangs and that magic sword you got. Bring it to us within the week. Or else. Then they leave. They take Evelyn, they take Talanos, they take them back to their camp. Now, you got to pay the ransom, 1,000 silver pieces, and your magic weapon. Get them back. Or else.
Blake strolls up to their encampment. We've considered your offer. And we politely decline. I toss a Tarosi fire grenade in the middle of the camp.
Ooh, that's where they kept the hostages.
So fucking... You know what? I don't like how nice everyone is in this new timeline. I'm gonna make Blake an asshole.
See, so Vinipac, it's commonplace with humans, elves, dwarves, right? Even orcs. If you're fighting the Vigar, like an evil asshole Aranite elf who lives in the woods, who would shoot a child if it wandered too far into the forest, or an Orc who would happily burn and raise and salt your fields, they're gonna fucking kill you. They'll ransom you. But if you don't meet their demands, they'll fucking kill the person they're ransoming. Blake rolls in, we decline your offer. A Auric rolls over and picks up their axe and starts hacking at Talanos.
DM, I throw my spear into his chest.
Make an attack roll.
All right, cool. Throwing a spear is dex based, right? Yeah, I'm not landing that hit. I'm not landing that. Sorry, Talanos, I tried. Wait, hold on, DM. Rewind real quick. I use that one cool ass ability I have. That's an AoE where I slam my bell into the ground. Cool. All right, get him.
Yep,
get him, gang.
Understood. Since donning cursed dragonbone armor is one of like a one-way road, it's either you succeed and become a dragoon, or fail and give to the cursed armor a meat puppet. Legacy is tainted as a villain forever. I think the dragon's trial prevents you from taking off the cursed armor until the person who wore it fully sanctifies it. You gotta be able to remove pieces of it. That piss.
Piss. You know, really thinking about how you've like changed the culture of Tyros, it really, I'm like, all right, I need to look back at Rowfield as a whole and like, all right, I have to kind of want to adjust it accordingly now.
Nice.
We should. So one day, we should talk about that one day. One day.
Agreed. Another thing, there are amenities that we have nowadays that are commonplace in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Running water, sewage, lights. That isn't uncommon at all to go into a place and they have like electricity, basically. Light bulb. Sort of like light panels on the ground that floor and stuff like that.
It really just sounds like the quality of life for everyone just kind of just shot up.
Yes. Correct.
Like, bruh, these people got it made. I'm just saying.
Like, this is much more commonplace. Which is, I'm glad I went with the design. But like, you see that there are these sort of light rods here along the shelves.
Yeah.
Those are powered by the town.
Is it because of precursor tech, or is it just like a technology that is just
Precursor.
made. Okay.
So generally these towns will have like a generator. Most of them are powered by aquifers in the ground.
So underground hydroelectric.
Yes.
That's kind of based.
A lot of it is clean energy.
Bro.
What the hell? Where are my fossil fuels?
Where are my fossil fuels? Bro.
There's also examples of precursor. This is an example right here. This is an old storage facility that was repurposed by some Vigar forces and turned into a sort of a prison of sorts. Basically a place where they can ransom off people. It is also powered by aquifers. It still has running turbines that draw power, or that draw water up from the aquifer, run it through their system. Oh, Vinipac, this map's not even remotely close to done. It's only halfway done right now. So Uria being there is more so just for scale. But in the center is like a maglev. It's like it's a platform where they would have another sort of shelf or a sort of cart that would hold your things, and you could glide it along the rail before putting it away in one of these storage units. Each storage unit has a light powered by a panel in the front that you tap in its number and it'll open the door for you.
Mm-hmm.
There's one room in particular that hasn't been opened because nobody has authority. And inside is like a Roomba.
A Roomba?
And it's been trapped in there for God knows how long, which sort of shows you that their tech really doesn't break or sort of degrade outside of like external forces like weather. But I'm talking like extreme. So this Roomba, who's been trapped in this room for millennia, has cleaned this room spotless. It's the only thing that it can do. So if the party opens it, the Roomba will be free. Begin cleaning the rest of the facility. Right now, it's experienced a lot of degradation. Creatures have come through, broken paneling, broken walls, removed piping, what have you. So a lot of it is various states of decay. A lot of the things that are powered are still running, like the maglev in the center is still running. Players will need to be careful. Step on it. Metal.
Oh no.
Will stun yourself. However, the same could be said for creatures. Push a creature onto this wearing metal, they're gonna get stunned. I rolled to enslave the ancient Roomba.
Damn, I counter roll to free the ancient Roomba. Okay, asshole.
And then it pulls out its little taser and it tases you.
I grab it.
It tases you again.
I resist the tase, and I take it outside. I take it outside while being tased and be like, "Be free, little construct." All life is valuable. All life is valuable, Blake says. Suffering fucking terrible fucking burns from the taser. I just think it was a cleaning device. Yeah, but you know, he looked lonely.
Take out the generator and they're screwed. Also do not have gelatinous cubes that are used for disposal or waste. Also, do they have? Yeah. I'm certain that there are gelatinous cubes that the slimes of Aegis that exist.
Override protocol. Yeah, I thought I'd give it a try. Delete system 32. Ah!
I make the Roomba my mount. Probably not big enough for it to be your mount.
DM, I'm rolling up a fairy. DM, I like to make the Roomba
get-
my. I'm taking mounted combat, and I'm taking the Roomba as a mount.
You get picked up by the Roomba because it fucking sucks you up.
Guys, it's dusty in here. Let me out.
You get knocked off the Roomba, and it turns around and goes and says, "Enough."
God, stop it!
And everybody
I like
looks
this
around,
hypoth-
and they go, "Where's the Roomba going?"
I like
See
this
the
hypothetical
incinerator at the end of the
Roomba.
hallway.
I want to keep him. Put him in the world, DM. I want him to exist.
Roomba? It already exists.
No, I want this specific one to exist.
It's probably the Roomba in that room.
Excellent. Awesome. I'm gonna find that room.
Let me give you another example of some other precursor that might float around. This is what they saw in the facility.
Wow.
Roomba's pulling on a sleigh. Looks like it's really good at hugs. It was used as a dispensary for medicine. It would scan your body biometrics and determine the level of health necessary for you to live.
Oh no.
It would generate the amount of medicine that it could create equal to your wounds, and then stab you through your sternum,
Oh god.
and then inject you with that serum. Afterwards, it would ask you to rate your quality of care.
The robot squid doctor isn't real. You don't have to worry. Meanwhile, it's flu season. Tweak. Don't forget your vaccinations.
3-gauge hypodermic needle.
Thunk. Yeah. Jesus. I always hate this part.
Someone put a
So-
cloth mask on that thing.
Yeah, right.
Is this thing capable of overdosing? I don't think so, unless somebody maliciously fucked with it. Like somebody capable of using this technology,
Like an elephant.
programmed it to basically overdose it.
So, would there be a chance that that you could study this type of stuff enough that okay, maybe you couldn't control one, but like you're saying, aside from an illithid, let's say they've had enough study with one. Because I'm imagining a scenario where the quest is like, hey, I need you guys to kill this guy. He's a very important person, and I need them gone. I don't care how you do it, just do it. Let's say the party finds out, oh, hey, they have one of these things to keep on nearby because hey, they kind of fear for their life and they want that reassurance that like, oh yeah, this thing will save me. And like you kind of go like a Fallout route. We're like, hey, what if we hack that thing? So the next time he gets hurt, instead of healing him up, it fucking kills him, or like it hits him with like a, okay, yes, you know, I'm here to like stay still. Here comes the needle, and it just fucking spears him through the chest because it thinks it's doing the right thing.
I won't say no, because I've always enjoyed the trope of like the old wizard who's insane, but they're so insane because they know so much that they're able to control things around them that people otherwise think that they couldn't. So the idea of a wizard who's studied this shit for a century, basically, is not capable of like creating the tech, but knows how to use it. Holy pop.
Okay.
I would even say that in a scenario like that, where the machine is sort of like following him around, I think that if a fight broke out, it would turn, the robot would be spending all of its time healing everybody.
It has no allegiance.
It has none. It would try to like stop the fighting, but it would see you get hit and then it go stab you as its action, heal you up. Another person gets hit and it goes stabs them, and then rinse repeat ad nauseum.
God.
It doesn't want you to fight because it registers all of you as like creators, right?
Yeah.
So it would try to broker peace in the middle of the fighting.
You know, not like, despite the art, I'm really getting a Mr. Handy vibe from it. Like Fallout. Like I'm getting like Fallout, like, oh yes, right away, mom, and it just like, hey, hold still, here comes the stim pack.
Thunk.
Ooh, your radiation levels are just a bit too high over what's regulated to be normal.
Do you have Warforged?
Please, God, yes. Please
Not
say yes.
playable.
DM, please. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
I know.
What?
I'm sorry.
I hate you because you hate me.
I know.
I'm trying to be an iron. I'm trying to be an
don't
iron giant,
hate
bro.
you. They exist in PCs.
I fucking. What do I gotta do, Leo? What do I gotta do?
Nothing, man.
Okay.
What
do I gotta do?
I just don't vibe with them being player characters. That's all.
You're gonna add all this
Yep.
fucking sci-fi
Yep.
shit, and then you're not
Correct.
gonna add the Warforged.
Correct.
You're a fucking psychopath. Please, Leo, please.
I like the idea of you being a fantasy guy in amongst weird Magitech shit.
But
I
I
know.
like the
I know.
idea of being sci-fi in a fantasy setting. He's a robot, but he's like, oh, he's a knight. He's like, come on, DM.
I know. I feel
Or
your
like
pain,
a
I'm
robot
sorry.
who's like, yo, I just like, yeah, you never see a robot do this, and he fucking casts fireball at you. Oh, did you like do that? Because it's like you're like something. No, I just know how to fucking manipulate the weave now. Yeah, that's right. I'm a robot, and I can cast level 9 testicular torsion.
Oh, funny you mentioned level 9 spells. High level magic works differently in my setting.
Oh yeah.
So, for example, you are a proficient spellcaster. You went to the Collegium of Illendor. You trained under some of the wisest, most sagely wizards to ever grace the realm. You are capable of casting and channeling the primeval current. You can cast destructive like that fireball. You can also chant other forms of the current, of like your wound or direction. Beyond 6th level spells, 7th, 8th, 9th level are considered extremely rare. If you become high enough to cast those spells, you do not get spells. You get the spell slots, but not those spells. If you want to cast Power Word Kill, you need first go find the spell. You can cast a 9th level fireball, totally fine. But if you want to cast Power Word Kill, you need to go find where that spell is, learn it, find it, study it, what have you.
Like a Thum?
Like a Thum, but there's a catch. You can cast Power Word Kill, but you need to prepare it, firstly, which is a ritual to even prepare the spell. And if you cast Power Word Kill, a 9th level spell, you cannot cast Power Word Kill for a whole year.
Jeez.
If you want to cast Meteor Sword, one of the most destructive evocations, you can go learn it. Go to the bottom of the hells, find the spell from a pit fiend, learn it, prepare it, cast it. You will not be able to cast it again for a whole year.
My goodness.
Nick said, or Brett said this. Yeah, we were talking about it. we had discussed high level spells, and he came up with the idea of putting a timer on it. And then Summer was like, "Oh, that's how Chris runs his spells." And then we all pretty much adopted it from that point. So if you want to cast a 9th level fireball, you totally can. If you want to cast Power Word Kill, you can cast it. It's going to take a year before you can cast it again. You want to cast an 8th level spell, it's a month. You want to cast a 7th level spell, it's a week. Now, some spells will be moved around and lowered to make them more accessible. Things like Demiplane will no longer be an 8th level spell, it will be a 6th level spell. Just because of how insane high level spells are. So if you want it, you have to go earn it. It's usually an adventure.
Honestly, I like that. It kind of adds a bit of more, like, I guess. Now, while before they are still like, oh shit, there's a high level spell, this is serious magic. I guess it kind of adds a bit more of like mystique, or like kind of like, ooh, like, oh man, I'm like, you're learning a rare magic that like that's like arguably unheard of, or like you heard in stories someone casted this once.
Correct. The number of people who can cast True Resurrection can be counted on one hand. If you want to be somebody who can cast that, you have to go find it.
That sounds like a quest where you go on a journey to understand the true nature of life and death right there.
Fact.
I like it.
Not only that, I've also introduced another type of magic. It's called folk magic.
Folk magic?
Folk magic are incredibly niche or weird spells. Things that may not help you in combat or even support you. But they do something very particular, and they do it really well.
Huh.
Let's say Blake, being a sorcerer, or a wizard this time, goes to town, and the town's like, hey, mister, we don't got anything we can pay you with. But we do have the scroll. folk spell from our old witch who used to help us. None of us can practice magic, but it looks like you can. So we'll give it to you as payment. You say, you help out the town, you get the spell, and the spell is make a hot cup of tea.
So nobody knows what the spell does. We just know that they have a folk spell.
You would know, because you're proficient in magic. They would hand you the scroll and you would read it, and you would know what it does. Or maybe they know what it does. But they're like, hey man, we literally don't have anything to pay you with aside from this.
Okay. All right.
So here's your folk spell. It removes rust in a 5x5 cube.
I mean, that could be useful.
Here's a folk spell to grow a bushel of flowers.
Oh, that's nice.
Here's a folk spell to turn the page of a book.
I mean, that's nice too.
It's just weird shit like that. That's folk magic.
Interesting. I imagine there's like, while these are oddly specific niche type spells, there's some that are just like, okay, that's a very niche convenience, and others that are just like, oh fuck, this is good.
Not really.
Oh no.
It's all niche.
Oh, it's all, so like they're all just oddly specific spells then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's spells made by non-wizards, basically.
Oh, everyman spells,
Yeah,
basically.
folk magic.
Okay, now I'm starting to get it. I like that too. I think that's pretty good.
So like Rowfield, for example, it may be a folk spell to groom your beard. Or to groom your mane.
Yeah, if you wanted to be a cheap ass about it, but like, if you really wanted to groom your mane in Rowfield, you'd go see a barber. You wouldn't just see any barber.
Classes. All right.
No. They take their mane grooming very seriously in Rowfield, all right? When you go to Rowfield, you don't go to any barber. You find your forever barber.
Yes, I did, Ruffian. Would they be cantrips? Yeah, most of them would be. I think some of the more involved ones would be like a first level spell, basically. That's probably the strongest extent of like a folk magic. But most are all going to be cantrips. There are also rewards that I want to hand out to players as a result if we have any other future wizards. Or how I want to do sorcerers is the same way that talents work. Talents can see a monster cast a specific ability and they can attempt to learn it. Let's say the monster casts Piscine Transformation. It is a 5th order power.
Mm-hmm.
You, as a talent, look at that, see it cast, make a roll, and if you succeed, you can spend your downtime learning that ability.
So, Blue Mage.
Correct. I want to do the same thing for sorcerers.
Ah, man, I like that so much.
That's the
Blue Mages
MCDM
are cool.
class. That's the MCDM class, the talent, and it's really fucking awesome.
That's cool. I like that.
I want sorcerers to be the same way. I want sorcerers to be able to see another spellcaster cast a spell and attempt to learn it. I want to see a sorcerer look at a wizard cast Fireball and be like, I know how that feels. That particular arc of the current, I can draw upon that. I know how to capture that. I know how to mimic that. And they spend their downtime channeling the current through their body. And by the end of it, they've learned a new spell. fireball.
Okay, so like you want to take the approach where it's how wizards can learn spells by, studying it and copying it down. You want sorcerers to have something similar where instead of like studying it in a book from a scroll because sorcerers have like that innate connection to magic that they could, I guess, like meditate on it and like try to suss it out themselves is what I'm getting.
Correct.
Okay.
I think it's lame that sorcerers only get 20-something spells. They have no means to get any more.
Huh.
So this will fix that. I want a sorcerer to end the game with a unique set of spells. Not gonna lie, as a British man, power word T is a must. Thank you, Dice God, for 8 months. Incredibly kind to you, brother. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. I appreciate you.
I cast folk spell. It's a specific folk spell. I am the owner of a restaurant. I look at this person who just came in to order the food. I use power word bill. Pay your tab. Pay your tab.
Can different folk magic spells be chained and combined together to make a new spell? Can folk magic be one type of spell that can be twice cut? You can cast for both an action and bonus. I don't think there are any folk magic that is combat oriented. But given that they're usually cantrips, yeah, you should be able to cast one as an action.
That kind of reminds me. So there's, I know you haven't played it. You really should. But there's this mechanic in Fable 3 where what you can do is you, like, throughout the game as you level up your character, and depending on what you invest in, if you invest in magic, there's this thing where you can kind of like pick two types of magic and sort of fuse them together into a new effect. And as you continue to like progress down that line and level it up, kind of changing the effect into something kind of like unique to that combination. Have you ever given like any? I would totally suggest like you try playing the Fable games because they're awesome, and I feel like they'd be a good source of inspiration. But yeah, have you considered any thought to like sort of like spell combination and stuff like that?
I have, in the form of the magic system I want to make.
Okay.
Magic system I want to make is you can be a spellcaster of any type, but you pick what type of spellcaster. You do not have to be a wizard who writes glyphs or what have you. You don't have to be an arcane wizard. You can be an occult wizard. You can be somebody who uses hemomancy. Or maybe your spells are runes that you inscribe in your flesh in the moment. So your fireball doesn't deal fire damage. It's a boiling blood or some sort of explosive. And it does necrotic damage. Or maybe you are a primal. Maybe you're a primal wizard who draws their current from nature. And your fireball isn't a fireball. It is some form of like ruptured earth. Some earth pillar or something that erupts out and sprays out bludgeoning damage.
All right, gentlemen, I eat now. Have a good night.
No, you can't.
I can and I must.
Okay. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Good night, chat.
If you give sorcerers the ability to learn spells, then wouldn't that get rid of the uniqueness of wizards? No, because they're both different. While they may share some spells, ultimately a sorcerer is going to be able to draw different spells than a wizard can. A wizard is going to end with their spell book full of unique spells that a sorcerer can't use. A sorcerer is going to have spells that are innate that a wizard can't use. That's the thing, you try to find a way to make it useful in combat, but I mean, in one turn, you can use an action to cast a spell. In your bonus action, you can cast another spell. That's for folk magic. I don't want folk magic to be combat oriented. That doesn't feel good. It's meant to be like quirky, haha fun.
Like, I think like what he's going for, like I said before, is like he's gonna go for stuff like, you know, wizards fucking create spells to help them in combat or, you know, keep them alive. This spell was made by a guy that was like, man, it's kind of rough, you know, getting this brick up and down this fucking stairs here. Hey, I got an idea. I carry brick up and down stairs. Or something like that. It sounds like stuff to help with like inconvenient tasks that are made easy, or like, oh man, I don't want to refill my coffee. I cast refill coffee.
What's the difference between this system versus just making new spells? I don't see the difference. Well, this is my version of making new spells, as well as the magic mastery system that is associated. Much like our weapon mastery system, which gives you unique abilities, magic mastery would do the same thing, but obviously for the arcane. So you cast this spell, do these great feats, and you have a number of points that you put into this thing, and it lets you do something really unique with it. It's just my version of making spells. That's all.
Sounds kind of cool, honestly.
It's literally that, Ruffian. I cast animate dishes? Not that. It would be more so like I cast wet sponge. I cast refill soap.
I cast preheat oven.
It's weird shit like that.
Honestly, I would very much like some of these folk spells in real life. Like, it sounds incredibly like just, oh, this would make everything easy.
I cast sharpen pencil. Yeah. My internet disconnected for a moment. Sorry to ask again if you answer the question, but do PCs have the ability to make custom? I haven't defined the rules for it yet, but I would like to. Hopefully.
Man, like, I've always thought of the idea of making your own spells for like combat stuff, but I think about it, I'm like, man, I feel like everything's been done. They've covered it all.
That is the thing, is that usually it's been done already. There is no beating fireball.
I feel like the concept of creating your own spells I feel like that would work a lot better in like a campaign where like, okay, so me and my friends, we'd like fiddle with the idea of like a campaign, but the campaign is literally kind of like it starts at the beginning of the world sort of thing.
Oh, so you become Tensor. You become Mordenkainen. You become...
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And like now, obviously the idea is like, oh man, we'd be doing this over the course of years, and like it shapes the world. But like the idea is like, oh, in the beginning there's such and such and this, and then they created the like like right in the beginning they created this, this, and this. All right, that's it. That's history. You were just freshly made. Like you literally, it's the campaign that crafts the lore of the world. You were literally the history campaign.
That would be sick. I think that's really where spells shine, because I feel like you can make like a lot of the stuff that people want to make are already made.
Yeah.
Like, I'm also fine with people reflavoring spells. Like if you're like, my lightning isn't regular lightning, it's blood lightning, and it deals necrotic damage. I'm gonna go,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like
sure.
The idea of like, all right, instead of casting fireball, I cast fucking water orb, and it's basically just fireball, but fucking deluge of yeah. But yeah, we toyed around with this idea of just like, oh yeah, like when you make fireball, it doesn't even necessarily have to be the same as fireball. It's like, all right, it started like that. Yeah, fireball originally was like firebolt, but they're like, hey, I figured out how to make it bigger, and then it's super big, and they're like, okay, that's too big. Let's scale it back, and then that's how they get like, okay, this is fireball as we know it.
Behold!
Oh shit!
Holy fuck!
Oh fuck!
Everybody horrified. Yo!
Oh my god!
What did you do? I don't know.
Oh my god, they're dead. What do you do? And they just start trying to like do CPR. I call this one Revivify.
Oh fuck. Slime Goblin, thank you very much, brother. This is the political map of Tyros, the Western Dome. We have all of our Fangholds, which is another name for territory, ruled by each Warden. Their heraldry is shown here, and if you would like, you can see it in the Discord. You can open it up, and it's in 8K.
Jeez, man. I don't even think my monitor supports 8K. I mean, to be fair, it's technically a TV, but like, still.
I cast remove stuck meat in between teeth.
I cast floss.
Our folk spells specifically locked at casters, because plenty of marshals would love like perfectly seared meat or cinematic wind.
Cinematic wind.
I think everyone has the potential to cast folk magic. I think everybody has the potential. Because of how intertwined everybody is with
the idea of martial classes casting folk magic, I do find fun in the sense of like, where like there's a certain like this is General Skrindor, and like everywhere he goes, death follows, and he's just casting like some sort of like cinematic like folk magic to just like give him a very intimidating presence. But it's just like, you see skulls are rising from the ground, and it's just like little illusions. And I'm like, oh my god, death does follow him.
I'd love to make a spell that's just mind blown. Deals 3D. I mean, you could literally reflavor Psychic Lance or Tasha's Mind Whip.
I feel like they mean like actual just, oh my god, mind blown. I'm glad you're happy.
All right. I think we're gonna call it there. 2:41 a.m. I've been hours.
Oh my god.
So we're gonna call it there, and we did a lot of work today.
Fair enough.
Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Bye, chatters. Bye.
I will not be coming back, so I hope you all have a fantastic night.
Okay.
Rest well.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Gamers, friends, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. It really does mean a lot. Jesus, I'm dying. It really does mean a lot. We're gonna go raid Stella. You wanna shout me out, huh? Well, get raided, nerd. Yeah, we're gonna go raid. To all the new folks who just tuned in and this is your first stream, hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition Dungeon Master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw is TPK Tuesday. My normal streaming days are Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, with Friday and Sunday usually being dedicated to game days. Recently, a lot of my focus has been on the rebuilding of my world. As such, Friday usually becomes another work or world building day, while Sunday is another off day. In the future, you will find games every Friday and every Sunday. If you would like, you can join the Discord. Come hang out with all of the cool people that you hung out with tonight, and get to see all the stuff I'm working on in the background in my DM Showcase tab in the Discord. If you would like. Mods, kill that one. Lost my train of thought. Follow the Twitter for notifications of when I go live. Subscribe to the YouTube for access to all of the VODs. Check out the Kanka and see all of the things that I am uploading there about the world. Use code CROWN for 20% off any Rogue products that you want, including some delicious Rogue flavors that they just recently put out. And then, oh, and the Patreon. If you like my maps, well, you're gonna love this. We have a Patreon where the $5 and $10 tier will get you access to monthly map packs made by yours truly. If you want to get your hands on some beautiful maps for your own VTT, you can check them out there. Wow. That's it. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night. We're gonna go raid Stella. Stella's a homie, a fellow D&D enthusiast. Currently, they're playing Pokemon, so we're gonna go raid them. But they're awesome. So I'm gonna leave them. I'm gonna leave you in their capable hands. I hope that you have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. Take care of yourself. Love yourself. And I will see you all later. Bye, Chad. Legion, I swear to, I'll bounce your head off the pavement. I swear to God. Remember, the raid message, we pass the crown to you.
I take the crown, I put it on. But it's time Starry Nights, raise your blades, and welcome on in, everyone coming on over from the Crown DM and Chorby SP.